A very good morning to all the participants of today's webinar, which has the title Nāḍīśodhana in the Light of Ancient Yogic Wisdom and Modern Understanding. This is organized by the Department of Sports Science and Yoga of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, a deemed university located in Belur Mutt, Howrah. So we are happy and we are elated that we have got a large number of participants for this webinar, which is anchored on a very unique topic, very pertinent, very modern, yet very ancient. That is the idea of Nāḍīśodhana and the benefits of Nāḍīśodhana, both physiological as well as psychological. So this webinar will be very interesting as it will cover several aspects of this unique topic. To start with, we have our wonderful speakers, which is the first speaker of this webinar is Mr. Prakhar Tyagi, who is a research scholar in the Indira Gandhi National Tribal University at Amarkantak. He has significant record of research and very deep study in this subject, leading to a recent publication. So we are really happy that Mr. Prakhar Tyagi has uh, agreed to speak in this webinar on Kanda Nadi and preparatory principles of Nāḍīśodhana. That is his topic of the talk. The next talk, the second talk, will be by Dr. Kashinath Metri, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Yogic Art and Sciences at Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan. Professor Metri will speak on the psychophysiological mechanism of action of Nāḍīśodhana. Then, after the break, the third talk will be by Professor Shushim Dubey, who is a professor of the Department of Philosophy, Nava Nalanda Mahavihara, and he is a very well-known scholar in Sanskrit, philosophy, yoga, Arthashastra, and professor has kindly agreed to speak on Nāḍīśodhana in the yogic literature. And the last talk will be by Mr. Rama Arya, a research scholar in the Department of Sports Science and Yoga at RKMVERI. Mr. Arya will be speaking on the various methods of Nāḍīśodhana and their benefits. So this is the broad outline of the day-long webinar on this very interesting and very unique topic of Nāḍīśodhana. So, if I may take the liberty to outlay what is the content of this webinar and what are the main topics that we will be talking about, then these are the few pertinent topics that will be covered across the 4 talks in the webinar. Now, what is this idea of Nāḍīśodhana? Especially when we talk about Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, does it mean some kind of breathing exercise with some kind of alteration of inhalation and exhalation? That is one important point. Then, when we say nadi, the word, when we utter the word nadi, does it mean nerves or some kind of physiological channels, or is it some kind of non-physiological entity? And then, when the different practices of Nāḍīśodhana is done, then what actually happens to us? So these are the main interesting topics, main interesting questions that arise in our mind when we discuss about this topic. So all these points to the very pertinent need to study the metaphysical concept of what is called Nadi Shodhana, and these should be done from grounded in the traditional texts, and that is what we will be touching upon in this webinar. Now, this inquiry of the topic is actually found in various ancient yogic texts. For example, in the Yagyavalka, which is a very important yogic text, we find that Gargi is asking Yagyavalka says Yagyavalka that the same things. Bhavan bruhi me swami nadi shuddhim vidhanatah. So Gargi is asking how to do nadi shuddhi. Kena upayena shuddhaha surya nadyayah sarva dehinam. In what way the surya nadi can be purified? Utpatting chapi nadinam charanam cha yathavidhi, from where these nadis have originated and how they propagate. Kandam cha kidrisham proktam kati tishtanti vayavaha. What is that thing called kanda? What does it mean? From where all the nadis originate and how the vayavaha, the prana, the vital force flow through these channels. So this is one example that very this kind of query is very ancient, and the answers given to these queries are also very mystic in nature and very difficult to decipher easily. But we will discuss these things as we go along. No, please. So, as we go along, this is the whole snapshot of the journey of inquiry. That if we look at the classical Vedanta yoga, then we find that the descriptions of the phenomenal jiva is actually more of a subtle nature. Whereas if we move to more modern disciplines such as Ayurveda and the modern medical science, then we see that the description is more physical and more evidential, empirical in nature. So, from a more abstract nature of description to a more detailed nature is the progression of the journey of inquiry. And if we trace this, the information given in these various philosophical schools, starting with Vedanta to yoga to Tantra, Ayurveda, and to modern science, that we will see that there is an increasing attempt to link the astral, metaphysical, subtle elements with the more physical, gross, perceptible, measurable units in the human system. And this inquiry, this attempt is still ongoing, and this particular webinar is an humble addition to this ongoing journey of inquiry. I hope this sets the uh, plan and the tone of the webinar, and I will be very very happy to listen to all the speakers as well as all the participants, their inquiry, their participation, their questions. Together, these will enrich the entire webinar. With these few words, I conclude my introductory talk, and I request the first speaker, Mr. Prakhar Tyagi, to please start his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. At the outset, I would like to thank RKMVERI, Revered Swamiji, to give me this great opportunity to share whatever little I have gained through years of learning and teaching. I think it is going to be a very important webinar in terms of understanding of the very basic, but I would say the foundational practice of Hatha Yoga, especially because Nāḍīśodhana, and especially the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, has been explained in all the yogic texts, whether they are the Hatha Yoga text, whether they are from the Yoga Upanishads. All of these ancient texts have always mentioned the importance and the benefits of this wonderful practice. So I think this webinar will give this opportunity to all the yoga enthusiasts gathered today here to understand this practice on the basis of these ancient texts. And once we get the understanding of the yogic anatomy and physiology of the body and the effect of this practice, and if we can apply this practice into our regular routine, then I guess the purpose of this webinar, we could say that it will be a success, that whatever we are doing here, if we can apply it in our life and get benefit from these practices, then I think it would be the most better thing. First of all, my revered pranam to Swamiji, all the distinguished dignitaries, and all the participants, the yoga enthusiasts who have taken their time to participate in this online webinar. I have prepared a PPT. Let me share it, and then we can start on our discussion today. It is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we begin, I would like to start our session with a small prayer, giving our reverence and our salutations to the age-old Guru Parampara, by the sacrifice, by the continuous efforts of our Guru, who have dedicated their whole life in accumulation uh, uh, and giving this knowledge to each of us. And on their knowledge, we are all gathered here discussing all of this. So I think it is better to give our salutations to these great sages through a prayer. So I would like everyone to sit straight with your spine, head and neck in a straight line. Close your eyes gently. We will start with the Om chanting, and after the prayer we will move on to our topic today. Please close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and chant Omkar once. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा। ॐ ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि, सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. So today the opportunity that has been given to me is to deliver my insights on the topic Kanda Nadis and preparatory principles of Nāḍīśodhana pranayam. Swamiji has already introduced me, myself Prakhar Tyagi, Senior Research Fellow working in the Department of Yoga, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. So in my today's talk, we will be discussing about the concept of Kand, the concept of Nadis, and on top of that, the preparatory principles for Nāḍīśodhana. Because the purpose of this webinar today is to understand the practice of Nāḍīśodhana. Now, before we understand the practice of Nāḍīśodhana, there are some related concepts that have to be cleared first to get a better understanding of this foundational practice, that is Nāḍīśodhana. Now, first of all, the question comes, a lot of you must be from the field of yoga, and all of us have been studying. Now, first of all, the question comes, a lot of you must be from the field of yoga, and all of us have been studying various yogic texts. Swamiji, is every participant comfortable with English, or should we mix the language in Hindi also?
I think you can continue in English. If you want, you can switch also if you feel. But
Sure.
predominantly, please keep it English.
Okay, thank you so much. So the first question that comes is, a lot of you are from the field of yoga, and many of us have heard the concept of Nāḍīśodhana pranayam or even nadis, but the concept of Kand is one of the very unique concepts. And I remember when I was studying in my bachelor's, so this word comes in Hat Pradipika by Swatmaram also. So at that time, it was just a word in the third chapter. So we did not give much attention to the word, that what is Kand and what is the basic functioning, or what is the use of this term or this concept in the field of yoga or the yoga sadhana. So to understand this, we will begin with a mantra from Yoga Chudamani Upanishad. The Upanishad says that Swadehe yo na janati tasya siddhi katham bhave. So the person who does not know his own body, then siddhi or the mastery is not possible for them. This is the basic premise that we are talking about. That in order to, because Hatha Yoga is basically focused on the human body, the gross body that we have, and related to the gross body, we have our subtle body, the Sukshma Sharir. So the understanding of both these Sharir is very important when we talk about the practices related to Hatha Yoga. Because on Raj Yoga, we can directly work on the mind. But when we talk about Hatha Yoga, then this gross body becomes of a great importance. And if we don't understand the functioning of this gross as well as the subtle body, we won't be able to understand the practice itself. Now, if we are unable to understand the practice, then we won't be able to understand to apply it in our yogic sadhana. So it becomes extremely important to understand this yogic anatomy based on the descriptions found in various Hatha Yogic as well as Yoga Upanishad text. So this is the basic necessity to understand what are the structures, especially in the subtle body, which are responsible in the yoga sadhana. When we talk about nadis, so where are they, and what is their functioning? What are they made up of? What is the meaning of nadi? And when we talk about nadi, then we have to talk about pran also, because pran is the basis of all yogic practices. Especially when we talk about Hatha Yoga, it is the manipulation and the expansion of this pran only. So what is pran? Pran can be understood simply by it is a vital force, energy, the energy which is responsible for each and every function of the human body. जब तक हमारे शरीर में प्राण है तब तक हम जीवित हैं. जब तक इस शरीर में प्राण का प्रवाह बना हुआ है, हमारा शरीर अपने अपने फंक्शन करता रहता है. और प्राण के बारे में भी यदि हम चर्चा देखें तो देयर आर वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ प्राण. For example, there is pran, then apan, saman, udan, and vyan. Then there are some upapran also, which govern a lot of different functioning in the body. Now, the goal of Hatha Yogic practices is to manipulate this prana through different yogic practices. Nāḍīśodhana pranayama is also one of the practice which is used to manipulate and expand this prana. And when this prana is governed, when you are able to control the prana in the body, then you can move prana according to your own wish. And when this, generally what happens is that our prana is not controlled. And when pran is not controlled, the mind can also not be controlled. This is the major problem of our existence, that we are unable to control the mind. So although Maharishi Patanjali says that we can directly control the mind, but Hatha Yoga also proposes this method or this model where we can use various physical practices which will help us to gain control over the pran, and through the control or manipulation of the pran, we can get control over the mind. And that's how we ultimately reach at the state of samadhi, or the transcendental consciousness, we can say. But it all starts from this physical, this gross body. So the pran does not function or does not move on its own. For example, if we have radio waves, the radio waves are all over around our environment. But in order to access them, we need some special kind of tools or some special kind of medium through which those waves can be used. For example, if we use a radio, so radio is a device which can connect to those waves which are all around us. Similarly, the pran is there, but in order for that pran to function in the body, to move all over in the body, we need a channel, or we need a medium. These mediums are called as nadis in the body. These nadis are kind of a pathways or channels through which this prana moves throughout the body and performs various functions. Now, when we talk about Kanda, so what is Kanda? We are going to look at it in a detailed way also. But just to introduce to the concept, Kanda is the origin point of these nadis. These nadis have an origin point in the body, and that origin point is called as the Kanda. So this becomes a very important concept in the field of Hatha Yoga, especially, where we need to understand this concept of nadi as well as skand, so that we can understand the overall functioning and the overall mechanism of yogic practices. The concept of Kand also becomes important when we talk about mastery, when we talk about siddhis, and we will be looking at it. We will also connect it with the siddhis explained by Maharishi Patanjali in the 3rd chapter of Yoga Sutra. So there he explains a lot of siddhis which can be understood when we understand the concept of Kand and nadis basically. So this is why that the mantra from Yoga-Chudamani Upanishad becomes important, because if we do not understand these concepts, we won't be able to understand the practice as well as their effects on the body and how do they function. Because the yoga sadhana, it is said that it has to be performed under the guidance of a competent guru. Why? Because that guru is able to tell you what are the basic foundational mechanisms of the body on which the yoga practices effect upon. Along with this, when the sadhak gets the understanding of the body, it becomes also important in the yoga therapy also. Because when we are talking about yoga therapy, it is basically it uses the pran only to manage different kind of diseases or the problems in the body. So once you get understanding of pran and the nadis through which this pran follows throughout the body, only then we will be able to understand these pathways, and if there is any kind of obstruction in the pathways, then we can remove them properly. But if we do not understand the concept of kand and the nadis, then we will be only guessing that how can we manage this disease, or we will just try to give any kind of practice to the patient. So it becomes important in the aspect of yoga therapy also, that when we understand the gross understanding of the anatomy and physiology is important, but when we understand the subtle, the sukshma sharir also, then as a yoga therapist we can actually apply these practices in a more efficient way. In Varaha Upanishad, there is one mantra that says that the body is the substratum of the nadis. Nadis carry pran. Pran sustains jiva, and jiva is the abode of the supreme Hans. So this is kind of the hierarchy where we need to understand that nadis and pran play a major role in the understanding, in the experiences that we have in this subtle and in this gross body. So let's look at the concept of kand first. So all these explanation or description of Kanda has been found in various Yoga Upanishad as well as Hatha Yoga Upanishad and Tantra also. So in the Shandilya Upanishad, we can find a description of this Kanda in the body. Then the Trishik Brahman Upanishad, the Darshana Upanishad, the Varaha Upanishad, they all have kind of given the description of Kanda in the body. There are slight variations depending upon the text, but all in all, they give a single point where this skand is located, and from this skand all the nadis in the body, they spread out. We will be talking about the nadis also, but let's discuss the concept of kand first. So the most yogic texts describe the human body to be 96 angulas, thumb widths in length. So the body is, if we measure the body of any human being, so it is 96 angulas in the length. Now, the center of the body lies 2 angulas above the excretory organs and 2 angulas below the reproductive organs. This is the center of the body. And from this center, 9 angul above this center, there lies an egg-shaped structure called the kand or the Nāḍīśodhana, which is the origin of all the nadis in the body. So now that we understand that this kand is there and this is the origin point of all the nadis, the length and width of the kand is said to be 4 angulas, and it is surrounded by bones, blood, marrow, and fat. Because it is a very deep structure, so automatically it is covered by bones, blood, marrow, and fat. Although it is not a physiological entity, it is not something that if we cut the human body we can find the kand. It is located in the subtle body. So in order to understand this, in order to understand its basic nature and its basic position, the yogis have to go into deep meditation. They get understanding of the body on a subtle level, and from there they have given these descriptions. So this is also known as the Mool or the Nāḍīśodhana, where all the nadis they sprout from this point and then they go throughout the body. There are some variants also, like in Darshana Upanishad, although most of the texts describe it as an egg of a bird, but there are few exceptions where it has been mentioned that the shape of this kand is triangular also, and it has different colors also. But all in all, if we see most of the text, they describe it that it is a golden egg shaped, 4 by 4 in length and width, and it is surrounded by a bone, marrow, and flesh and fat, and it serves as the origin point of nadis. Now let's look at the concept of nadis. What are these? Because we have already understood that nadis, they originate from a single point in the body known as the kand, and now we need to understand the concept and the physiology or the subtle anatomy of nadis also. So etymologically, if we see that this word nadi, it comes from the Sanskrit dhatu known as nad, which means to flow or to move. When we talk about the name river, and in Hindi or Sanskrit, it is also called as Nadi. So Nadi is also from the same dhatu, which means to flow. Something which flows or moves, it comes from the root word nad. It also means the word nal. Nal is kind of a hollow stalk through which energy or some substances also flow. So when we look at it from a yogic view, so nadis are subtle channels which carry prana throughout the body. As we know, generally there is a concept that the prana does not move on its own, but it needs some kind of channel, some kind of pathway through which it can function in the body. They have been compared to the veins or the leaves of a fig tree, the अश्वत्थ. जो हमारे ट्रेडिशनल टेक्स्ट है उसमें अश्वत्थ पेड़ के जो लीव है, जो पत्ती है, उसका एग्जांपल दिया जाता है दैट these nadis are spread like the veins of the leaves in a leaf. So in the photo also we can see that there are very fine channels that are spread throughout the leaf, and these channels carry special nutrients throughout the tree for its flourishing and its nutrients. So similarly, these nadis are also spread throughout the body, which carry prana. From a tantric view, we can see that nadis are not only channels, but they are also conduits for other nadis also. So in the tantric text, it has been mentioned that nadis are not just single structures, but they have multiple layers also. For example, the Vajra nadi encloses the Chitrani nadi. The Chitrani nadi encloses the Sushumna nadi, and Sushumna nadi contains the Brahma nadi also. In the Shatchak Nirupanam, we can find this description that there are not nadis which are only in single in nature, they have multiple nadis inside the nadis also. So such kind of descriptions can also be found. Now, interestingly, in the Raj Martand, when we look at these pathways, so these pathways are not only for the movement of prana, but they are also responsible for the movement of chitta, the mind also. So nadis are also pathways through which chitta moves out and enter other bodies by yogic power. So we have heard about the Parasharir Pravesh siddhis of the yogis. So they say that these nadis are also responsible for this movement of chitta from one body to another. And the mind also, we will look at the the concept of manova nadi also. Before that, we need to see the concept of nadis according to the Ayurvedic view also. So Maharshi Charak in his Charak Samhita says that Shroto Maya hi Sharirani. The body is essentially constituted by channels or srotas. So these srot or shrotas, they are also this word shrot comes from the Sanskrit root shru, which means secreting, flowing, moving, or oozing. So what are these? These are channels through which substances flow. So because Ayurveda has different concepts of the tridosh, the malas, and then there are sapta dhatus are there. So how the body moves these malas and these nutrients throughout the body. So the Ayurveda gives this picture of srotas. So these are kind of nadis only, which are spread throughout the body, and they function a lot of different functions in the body. Acharya Charak says that these structures are responsible for the movement of materials essential for the nourishment of dhatu, regulation of doshas, and evacuation of malas. So all the physiological processes that happen in the body according to Ayurveda, they all function through these srotas. And these srotas can be correlated with the concept of nadis also. Although there are some differences that we will be talking about later. So there are different kind of srotas explained in the Ayurvedic text. For example, the pranava srot, the annava srot, the rasova srot, the mansava srot. So all the different dhatus, they have different srotas for their movement because they have different kind of what can we say, the consistency. So based on the nutrients that the srotas is carrying, they have been divided into different kinds of these channels that support different kind of substances in the body, and then they carry it throughout the body. When we look at the Rigvedic definition, nadi means stream, which is known as the oldest used. So according to McDonnell and Keith, nadi means stream in the Rigveda. Any channel through which anything flows is called nadi. So one understanding is that nadi is a channel through which anything flows. The flow within it is called as srotas. Now the concept of srotas in Ayurveda is a bit different, but here based on the Rigvedic description, they are distinguishing between the srotas as well as the nadis. So what is srot? Srot is kind of a movement, a flow, while nadi is the pathway through which that flow is going. So that is the difference between the srotas as well as the nadis. This makes the Rig Vedic uses the oldest attested meaning, predating both yogic and tantric elaborations. Now, let's talk about Manovah Nadi, which is one of the most important concept if we talk about the yogic sadhana. If we talk about, so what are Manovah Nadi? So, as the name suggests, the Manovah Nadi is the mind carrying channel, as the actual yogic Nadi, the channel through which the mind flows. So, by this description, we can understand that even the mind needs certain kind of channel or certain kind of pathway to function in the body. It does not function on its own, but it also has a kind of channel through which the mind works in the body. When all 10 indriyas are brought under control and only manas remains, its directed flow through the body becomes manovah srotas, and the root is manovah nadi. So there is this subtle difference between the manovah srotas, the concept of srotas, and the concept of nadi. The manovah nadi is the actual nadi which plays the vital role in yogic and tantric practices. Woodruff has also identified this concept of srotas or nadis with the cerebrospinal axis and its ramifications. Now, we all have heard the name of Lahadi Mahashay, Shamacharan Lahiri, who is known as the founder of Kriya Yoga tradition. So in Kriya Yoga, what they do is that there is a practice that you have to imagine there is a straight line on your spine. Now with inhalation, you have to take your mind from the base of the spine to the head, and while exhalation, you need to take the mind from the head towards the lower portion of the spine. So this is kind of a circular motion that you have to imagine on your own. So this movement is also related to the Manovah Nadi, because in order to move the mind, you need a channel. So that channel itself is the Manovah Nadi. Now there is one important difference between these nadis and the nerves that we see in the modern medicine. So equating nadi only with the nerves is misleading. So we cannot just say that nadis is an older concept of nerves, because in the Ayurveda we don't find the concept of nerves as the nerve roots as in the modern physiology, but the word nadis and everything, they are used in a different context when we talk about the yogic anatomy as well as the Ayurvedic anatomy. So Gopinath Kaviraj has warned that the use of the term nadi only for the nerves is not correct. So we cannot use it in a synonymical way, and research based only on the nerves will be misleading. So we need to make this clear distinction that nadi is not only meant the physiological process in the body, but they are something different also. They are on a more subtler level. Now, when we talk about the number of nadis, there are a lot of different nadis. Now, before we move on towards the number, Swami Niranjananand Saraswati, in his book Nāḍīśodhana Pranayam, he also mentions that same thing, that nadis can either be a pathway or they can either be flows. They can simply be different flows throughout the body. For example, there are different streams in a river. When we look at a river, so on the superficial level, there is only one flow that we can see from right to left or left to right. But when we observe it on a deeper level, when we go inside the water, we can see that there are different streams also. So these different streams are also kind of these nadis that we say. So nadis either can mean that there are specific channels through which the prana is flowing, or the prana is flowing in different channels, and these channels are known as nadi only. So these are the two subtle changes that we can see in the form of srotas and nadis also. And Swami Niranjan also is saying the same thing, that the nadis can be a structure or it can be a flow only. And when we talk about nadi, then the concept of chakra is not the part of this talk, but because we are talking about these nadis, so we need to discuss upon that also, because what are chakras? So for chakras, there are different chakras in the vertebral column that we have seen. So these chakras are nothing but concentrated energy of prana. And as we said, that prana flows through the nadis in the body, and we will talk about different numbers of nadis according to different descriptions. A general number is 72,000. So if there are so many nadis in this small body, there must be a lot of places where they intersect with each other. So these intersecting points where the concentration of prana increases, these points or these locations are known as the chakras. So at specific locations in the body, there is a concentration of prana, and when the prana is concentrated, then we can imagine it that they are very powerful source of energy in the body. So that can be understood as chakras. So chakras are nothing but the intersection of nadis. When a lot of nadis intersect at a single point, they create a concentrated, a saturated state of prana at that particular place. And interestingly, when we look at some foreign scholars, they have related these chakras with some physiological plexus also. So in the modern medicine, there are different concept of plexus. Plexuses are a group of nerves which have been concentrated in the physical body, we can see. So although nerves are also on a certain level, we cannot see it by the naked eye, but their location can be specified in the vertebral column. So there are various scholars who have tried to correlate the concept of chakras with the concept of these nerve plexus. For example, there is a coccygeal plexus at the base of the spine, which is correlated with the Mooladhara chakra, we can see. So Mooladhara chakra we cannot see, but the plexus, the nerve plexus can be seen at the base of the spine. Now, if both of these are related to the same concept, that has to be researched further. But this is just a correlation between the subtle body, the subtle descriptions explained in the yogic text, and the modern medicine view, the modern view of the different kind of nerves. So moving on towards the number of different nadis. So based on different descriptions found in various texts, the number varies from 50,000 to 727 million. So let's look at them. According to the Sharda Tilak Tantra, the number of nadis is said to be only 50,000. When we move on to various further yogic text, which is the most of the Hatha yogic text, they explain that the number of nadis is around 72,000, which is quite a big number. When we look at different tantras texts also, like the Prapanchasara Tantra, it says that the number of the nadis is around 3 lakh. And similar to that, in Shiv Samhita, we found the number of nadis to be 3,50,000. Now, in different tantric text also, the number increases to 35 million. Then in the Prashna Upanishad, which gives the largest amount of number in a way, that it says that there are 72 crores and 72 lakh nadis in the human body. How? Each nadi, the description is found that each nadi gives different kind of sub branches, and those sub branches are also divided into many sub branches. So in that way, the number of nadis becomes so huge. Now, interestingly, Adi Shankaracharya in the commentary of Chandogya Upanishad has said that there are infinite number of nadis. So, because the number is so huge, so he might have used this word, the infinite number. So, for a basic understanding, we can all agree based on the most similar description that can be found in the text is around 72,000. But this is not the only number, as we have seen that according to different descriptions, there are different number of nadis also. Now, when we talk about the major nadis, so although the number of these nadis are also they also varies depending upon the text, but it is said that either 20 or 14 or 10 nadis are of the utmost importance in the human body, because we have seen that the flow of prana is the ultimate aim, and whenever there is any kind of obstruction in the nadis, the flow of the prana is also obstructed. And because the prana is not flowing properly, then the nadi which is supplying the prana to the particular organ, for example, there is Gandhari which goes to the left eye or left ear. So if there is any kind of obstruction in the nadi called Gandhari, the patient or the person can have start having problems related to the left eye or the left ear. Similarly, there is Yashaswini which goes to the left ear or the left eye or the tip of the left toe. So basically the major three nadis are Ida, Pingla, and Sushumna, that we all know. That most of the yogic texts, they are basically concerned about these three nadis only. But these three nadis have more importance on a spiritual level, or we can say the higher practices of yoga. So when a sadhak is doing his yoga sadhana for a higher purpose, he can only focus on these three nadis. But for a practitioner who is just starting the yoga sadhana, where he is susceptible to various diseases, as we have seen that for higher practices, you have to have a very healthy body. Only then you can practice for higher practices of yoga sadhana, especially in the Hatha yoga. So for such practitioner, understanding these basic nadi, at least these 14 or 20 nadis, have to be understood in a proper way. So that whenever a practitioner is practicing these different kind of yogic practices, and if he encounters any kind of problem in the in the physical body, for example, if he starts to have pain in the left ear or pain in the left eye, so he can understand what is the problem, where is this problem coming from. On the other hand, if he is not aware about the functioning and the location of these nadis in the body, he will not be able to get over that problem. So these nadis are there. For example, the Gandhari, which goes to the left ear. Then there is Yashashvini that goes to the right eye. Now, based on different texts, the location of these nadis also vary a little bit, but the name can be found. So we can all agree that these are the names of the nadis, and they exist in the subtle body, and they carry prana to that designated organ in the body. For example, the kuhu, it is responsible for going downwards, and it expels the feces. So it is most important for the excretion of the malas from the body. Now, if someone is suffering from, say for an example, from constipation, so there is a possibility that the prana is not flowing properly in the kuhu nadi of the patient. Now, when we have this understanding, then on a yogic therapy point of view, we can give certain kind of practices which can help the person to get a proper flow of prana in this nadi, through either through the pranic therapy, or any kind of therapy which is based on the functioning of this nadi. Then there is the Shankhni nadi, which distribute the nutrients to the head. Then there is Saraswati, which is located in the tongue. Then there is Payaswani, then Varuni and Vishwadhari. So these are different kind of nadis, and there are many more. As we have seen that there is, the number goes till 72 crore or even infinity. So even if we are not able to understand all of the nadis, but we can at least understand these basic nadis which are related to the major organs of the human body. And based on that understanding, the yoga sadhak or the yoga therapist can improve in the yoga sadhana, or in the field of therapy also. As we know that there are three major nadis when we talk about the in the context of spiritual sadhana. So the Ida, the Pingla, and the Sushumna. Sushumna is considered as the ultimate nadi that one has to get mastery over. On Before that, we need to understand the concept of Ida and Pingla and their relation to the vagus nerve. Although Dr. Kashinath will be most probably taking that part, that the neurophysiological aspect of these Nāḍīśodhana and these practices, but let me just touch upon that so later we can understand it in a proper way. So Patricia Gerber, she gave this hypothesis. It is just a hypothetical model that the Sushumna is related to the vagus nerve in the body. So what is vagus nerve? We all have, you all have must have heard this, the name of this nerve. It is the 10th cranial nerve, and it is one of the most important and largest cranial nerves that supplies most of the upper body, like the liver, the lungs, the heart, everything. So it is governed by this cranial nerve. So Ida and Pingla, they are considered as two poles of the same energy. For example, the Ida is located at the left side of the spinal axis and the Pingla on the right side. Ida is said to, according to Swami Niranjananand in his book Nāḍīśodhana Pranayam, he says that Ida is the continuous flow. It does not stop. On the other hand, the Pingla, it goes through a cycle of activation and deactivation. So when we see that the body is agitated, so it is kind of a what can we say? It is a cyclic process. On the other hand, the effect of Ida, that is the calming effect, it is the, we can say, the innate nature of the human body to stay in a calming state. But whenever there is a disturbance in the prana, or whenever the Pingla is activated, so the body goes into a mode of activation for a while, and then again the functioning of the Pingla nadi, it get reduced, and the Ida is already flowing, so it becomes a continuous flow. So in the context of yoga sadhana also, Ida has an upper hand. Why? Because it is responsible for higher consciousness practices. For example, the meditation. And it is also responsible for rest and deep sleep. If there is an obstruction in the flow of Ida, then the person can be susceptible towards various problems related to the mind, and related to, for example, the sleep can be disturbed. If the insomnia that we can see nowadays, it can be the manifestation of the problem in the flow of Ida only. Why? Because when the flow of Ida is obstructed, the Pingla becomes activated, and if the Pingla is activated, then the person cannot rest, because that is the function of Pingla, to activate the body, to give energy to the body. So in this way, these are the two poles of the physiological and psychological activity in the body, that is Ida and Pingala. When we talk about Sushumna and Kundalini, because in the Hatha Yoga it is said that the ultimate aim of the Hatha Yogic sadhanas is to awaken the Kundalini and to enter the prana into the Sushumna. So when we relate that to the modern concepts, so the vagus nerve has been correlated with the functioning of Sushumna. Why? Because the vagus nerve also has these autonomic processes in the body. So, for example, when we practice certain practices which involve alternate nostril breathing, such kind of practices can stimulate or manipulate the functioning of vagus nerve. So vagus nerve is basically responsible for the parasympathetic domination in the body. And there are various clinical trials that have shown that when the vagus nerve is stimulated by breathing practices, especially the yogic breathing, then the body starts to have these parasympathetic dominant effects, especially in the brain also the GABA, which is responsible for a calming effect in the body. And in the absence of GABA, the body becomes restless. There is increased cortisol in the body, which increases the the activity in the body, and it reduces the calming effect in the body. So such is the way that we can understand these concepts, although we need to be very careful when we are correlating these yogic concepts with the modern concepts, because although these things are different, for example the prana and the movement of breath, they are essentially different. Swami Niranjan says that vayu, that the breathing that we are doing, it is just a manifestation of the prana. It is not the prana itself, but it is just a manifestation. So similarly, we need to understand the concept of these nadis with the modern physiological terms. So these are not identical, but they can be correlated. For example, the chakras can be correlated with the plexus. Now, both of them may not necessarily be the same thing, but they can have similar effect because this body is the same. We have the same gross body and we have the same subtle body, and in some way, the subtle body and the gross body are connected with each other. Now, the terms or the functions or the locations of these things can be different, but they are somehow interrelated. When we talk about the concept of Nadi in Vedant, although Vedant is primarily focused on Gyan and the moksha through the liberation through knowledge only, but there are certain description can be found according to the Nadis and the concept of heart also, the Hriday. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, in the Prashna Upanishad, and in the Chandogya Upanishad, there are few descriptions that correlate with the concept of nadis. For example, the Vedant text locate the origin of the nadis at the heart. So, for example, in the Hatha Yoga, we have seen that the nadis originate from the Kand, which is located nearby our navel in the Nāḍīśodhana. But when we look at the Vedant, so it says that the origin point of these nadis is at the heart, which is lotus shaped and containing Anta Hridaya Akash, space where Tejas resides, the subtle body. The place of the subtle body is also known as the at the heart. Now there is a concept of Hita nadis also. These are fine channels as subtle as a hair split into 1,000 times, filled with white, blue, brown, green, and red serums. Depending upon what these channels are carrying, the color of these nadis also differentiate. So it can also be related with the concept of srotas in Ayurveda, because we have seen that these srotas also carry different kind of materials through them, and based on those materials, the color of these srotas or these nadis can be differed. Now, according to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the Tejas, the subtle body, it wanders through these in waking, dream, and deep sleep states. So, when we have talked about the Manobha Nadi, which is responsible for the movement of the mind. So, when mind moves from these different kind of consciousness states, for example, the dreaming, the waking, and the deep sleep, so these states are also said to be governed by the movement of Tejas through these Hita Nadis. So, this is the concept of Nadi in Vedanta also that we can see. Now, moving on towards the end of my today's presentation, because we also have very little time and we can also take any questions if someone has. So, the preparatory principles of Nāḍīśodhana. So, when we talk about the preparatory principles, they also have very high importance, especially when we talk about in the Hatha Yoga sadhana. And there are a lot of principles that are missing in the later text. For example, in the Hatha Yoga text for the Ghiranda Samhita and the Hatha Pradipika, many of these preparatory principles have been omitted. For example, in the Hatha Pratipika, the sadhak is said to just start the practice. Sitting in Baddha Padmasana, the yogi has to breathe in through left and right. That description has been given. But before the practice, there are certain preparatory principles which are required for the sadhak to attain such a state, such a physical and mental state to practice these higher practices. Because Nadi Shodhan is not a very simple uh, on the superficial level, we can see that it is a very simple practice, that we just need to inhale and exhale from both the nostril and we have to hold the breath for a while. But in the same Hatha Yogic text, it has been said that this Vayu has to be controlled in a very cautious way. They have been related with the concept of Singh, and there is Vyagra. So यथा सिंहो गजो व्याघ्रो. सो जिस प्रकार हमें हाथी और बाघ इत्यादि जानवर, जो कि these are all wild animals. So these wild animals are very powerful, but they can be very destructive also. So similar analogy has been given for prana also. So the way that we have to be very cautious to control these wild animals, the sadhak has to be very cautious while practicing these higher practices related to pranayama. Otherwise, if it is not done properly, the vayu which is meant to give you some kind of benefits, it can give you a lot of trouble also. There are descriptions that you can get asthma if you are not practicing this practice with proper caution. You can also get hiccups. You can get the problems related to eye and ear. You can start having problem in your ears. It can be very painful also. So we need to be very cautious when we are doing these practices, and for that we need to prepare for the practice in a proper way. So these preparatory practices can be found especially in the Yoga Upanishads. In the Hatha Yoga, we can see that some points have been covered. For example, the creation of a matha, a place, a sacred place where the practitioner has to practice. Then there is Shila Agni Jal Varjite. So the place has to be selected that it is not near to any fire or any river or such kind of place. So it has to be a secure place. But there are certain principles which have been omitted in the Hatha Yoga text, which can be found in the Yoga Upanishads. For example, when we are talking about the environment, that what kind of environment must be chosen to practice these higher practices of Nāḍīśodhana, that a clean and secure matha with a small door should be created, which has to be smeared with cow dung and kept sacred and clean. So cow dung has been linked with antibacterial property. So when a mutt is created, it has to be covered with the cow dung, which is helpful in maintaining the cleanliness of the place. Then it has to be sacred and tranquil location. It must not be any hectic place. It must not be in a place which is very rich with people and other humans, because they can hinder the practice. Then it has to be free from any disturbances and worldly distractions. So ideally it has to be in a forest or in a jungle where the yogi is on his own, and he or she can practice these practices in a very sacred environment. These are the principles for the environment. Then there are certain principles related to the body, because the body also has to be prepared. So regular bathing and physical purification is required. Application of bhasma to the body is also recommended. Then the diet of fruits, roots, and water. Sattvic ahar has to be taken, and mita ahar has to be followed. If you are eating a lot, then most of the pranic energy will be used in the metabolism of that extra eaten food. So the food has to be managed in a very efficient way. If you are eating more than required, then the pranic energy that we are talking about, that we need to regulate, that energy will be wasted on such other tasks. So the diet has to be taken very seriously. Then the seat and the posture. The seat has to be neither too high nor too low, natyuchinicham. It has to be covered with kusha grass or deer skin, the chailajini kushottaram. Then the practitioner has to sit in padmasana. Now the practice of padmasana has also been emphasized a lot. So in order to practice the pranayam, you first have to gain some mastery over your body, because padmasana is not a very easy posture. So you have to be flexible enough to sit in the proper posture, so as your spine, head, and neck are in a straight line. Then you have to do the nasika drishti. The drishti has to be on the tip of the nose. And now the selection of the direction where the sadhak has to sit. It has been said that either east or north direction has to be chosen. Now this part has been omitted in the Hatha Yogic text. It can only be found in the Yoga Upanishads, where the direction of the practitioner has to be decided also. Then at the end we have to we need to do some kind of mental preparations also. Now this is one of the very important aspect, because when we are thinking about some physiological or some physical practices, we only focus on the body, but the text is saying that the body is just a medium, that we have to actually gain mastery over the mind. So mental preparations are also required, and for that the salutations have to be given to your Ishta Devata, either it is Lord Ganpati or your Guru or anyone, in order for the mind to get concentrated. In the starting of the session, we started the session with the prayer. So what is the use of these prayers? So just to prepare the mind for a higher practice. So these principles have to be taken care of also. Now this will help in to cultivate calmness and renunciation of desires. Then the concentration of Paramatma, the Supreme Self, and visualize shining moon or nectarous light at no stick. So few of these preparations, as we said, can be found in the Hatha Yoga text, but there are few principles which can be found in other texts. For example, the direction of the choosing the right direction when the practitioner is sitting to start the practice, then the salutations to the Ishtadev. Now these also have to be carried out properly, because we don't have the competent gurus in nowadays. We have to find them. To find a competent guru is very difficult, so we have to understand these concepts from different texts, because there is a whole lot of text which has been related to the Hatha Yoga practices. So in these texts we can found various different principles, and when we understand these texts in a holistic way, we can eliminate the missing links in the practice, because we have seen that whenever we are practicing, there is some kind of uh, what can we say, हम उस अभ्यास में उस तरीके का इफेक्ट नहीं ला पाते जनरली व्हेन वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग दीज योगिक प्रैक्टिसेस आइदर एट आसन or at pranayam level. The desired results that we have in our mind, sometimes we are not able to achieve them. So the missing link is can be found in these texts. When we study these texts thoroughly, we can actually find the missing links and we can work on that. For example, the offer to the salutations to your Ishtadev, or the choosing the right direction, or choosing the right place to do these practices. So all of these play a very important part. So this was the whole point of this talk, that we need to focus on the different text, the different uh, uh, explanations given in the yogic text, to understand our body properly. As in the Chodamani Upanishad, we have seen that when the sadhak is able to understand his body properly, only then he can perform the higher practices or the siddhis. There was one concept that I missed when we are talking about Kand. So Kand has been shown to be located at the Nāḍīśodhana, in the navel region. When we look at the Yoga Sutra, and we have seen a lot in the third chapter, Maharishi Patanjali explains a lot of siddhis based on sanyama. When we do dharana, dhyan, and samadhi at different places in the body, so he says that nabhi chakre kaya view jnanam. So when we study that aphorism, it says that when the sadhak is able to concentrate his mind on the Nabhi Chakra, he gets the knowledge of the whole body. So when we read that sutra, then we are not able to understand that how is it possible. So when we understand the concept of Kand, because the Nabhi Sthan is the place of the Kand, and Kand is the origin point of the Nadis. So when the sadhak concentrates his mind on the Kand or the Nabhi Sthan, he is able to get the full knowledge of the human body. How? By understanding the concept of nadis, because the nadis originate from the Kand and goes throughout the body. So such kind of correlation can be made by the understanding of the yogic anatomy that we are talking about. The Kand is there, the concept of nadis are there, and when we understand these concepts, we are able to correlate them with different practices. So in a holistic way, we will be able to understand these practices in a better way. So thank you so much for listening to me. If you have gained any kind of new or beneficial knowledge, the credit goes to all of my gurus. And if I have conducted any kind of wrong information, or if there is any kind of wrongdoing from this lecture, then that goes to me. So kindly excuse me for that. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Prakhar. It was a wonderful talk. So we can take some questions, a couple of questions. Please unmute yourself and speak on the mic.
My question to Prokharji is, what is the proper way to do this Nāḍīśodhana in the modern era? And the next is, what are the symptoms to understand that it is being done in proper way or right way? Those are those two questions.
Yeah. The question is from Mr. Tapas, right? Tapas Kumar De.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Tapas, we will be discussing that in the later part of today's webinar. I think Mr. Rama is going to take various different methods of Nāḍīśodhana. So I have omitted that part only. So please stay in the webinar with full concentration, and by the end of this webinar, you will get the answer to both of your questions. What is the how can we practice in the modern way, and what are the symptoms also? So all of that will be discussed in detail way.
हरिओम सर।
जी हरिओम।
मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था कि जो देह मध्य है, क्या उसका भी कोई रेलेवेंस है? जैसे आपने कंद के बारे में बताया कि उससे नाड़ी निकलती है, तो क्या देह मध्य का कोई कॉन्सेप्ट है? और यदि कंद नाभि स्थान में है तो कुंडलिनी का स्थान कहाँ है? क्या वो मूलाधार में है या वो मणिपुर में है? और यदि वो मणिपुर में है तो लेट्स से अगर वो मूलाधार में है, तो अगर नाड़ी का ओरिजिनेशन लेट्स से कंद से है और सुषुम्ना भी वहीं से ओरिजिनेट होती है, तो मूलाधार से कुंडलिनी कंद तक कैसे पहुंचेगी? और लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि जो नाड़ी कंद से निकल करके लेट्स से गांधारी है जो हमारी बाई आंख में जाती है, तो जब वो ऊपर की तरफ जाएगी और हम पढ़ते हैं कि हमारे नेवल में समान है, हमारे हृदय प्रदेश में प्राण है, गले में उदान है, संपूर्ण शरीर में व्यान है, तो क्या उस गांधारी में सारे प्राण रहेंगे या केवल कोई पर्टिकुलर प्राण रहेगा? और जैसे हम अलग टेक्स्ट में पढ़ते हैं कि हमारे पैर के अंगूठे तक जो कौशिक की गई है उसमें भी प्राण का वास है, तो ये कैसे, प्लीज इसको आप एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं?
जी। देखिए, जो शरीर का जो मध्य स्थान बताया गया, तो मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ये कहती है कि जब हम किसी चीज की तरफ इशारा करते हैं तो उस चीज को समझाने के लिए हम किसी दूसरी चीज का सहारा लेते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हम ये कहें कि दिल्ली कहाँ है, तो दिल्ली उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है। तो यदि मुझे ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि दिल्ली उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है, तो मुझे पहले बताना पड़ेगा कि उत्तर प्रदेश कहाँ है। तो जब हम बॉडी को इक्वल पार्ट में डिवाइड करके उसका सेंटर पॉइंट डिसाइड कर लेते हैं, तो सेंटर पॉइंट से वी कैन guess the position of the other structures near the body. So I think उस मध्य स्थान को बताने के पीछे का जो उद्देश्य है वो यही रहा होगा कि आपको एक रेफरेंस पॉइंट मिल जाए, और उस रेफरेंस पॉइंट से फिर हम कंद की लोकेशन को डिफाइन कर पाए। जो आपका दूसरा क्वेश्चन है कुंडलिनी से रिलेटेड, कुंडलिनी के बारे में अलग अलग एक्सप्लेनेशन है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जैसे कई लोग बोलते हैं कुंडलिनी एक स्ट्रक्चर है कि वो कॉइल्ड शेप में स्थित है हमारे मूलाधार में, और वहां से वो उठती है, और उसके फिर फर्दर एक्सप्लेनेशंस हैं। एक उसकी दूसरी एक्सप्लेनेशन कॉन्शियसनेस के लेवल पर भी है कि जो कॉन्शियसनेस है वो व्यक्ति की जो चेतना है उसका स्तर अभी निम्न स्तर है, और बाय द मीन्स ऑफ डिफरेंट प्रैक्टिसेस दैट कॉन्शियसनेस इज रेज्ड। क्योंकि जो अल्टीमेट एम है वो तो समाधि का ही है, आपको समाधि तक अपनी स्टेट को लेकर जाना है। उसके डिफरेंट मेथड्स हो सकते हैं। तो हठ योग में उसका एक तरीके से हम कह सकते हैं कि पर्यायवाची के रूप में, या उसको एक एग्जाम्पल के रूप में दिखाने के लिए हो सकता है कुंडलिनी का सहारा लिया गया हो। और ये आपका क्वेश्चन बिल्कुल ठीक है कि कंद के पास कुंडलिनी है या मूलाधार में उससे नीचे है, क्योंकि दोनों तरीके के डिस्क्रिप्शन हमें मिलते हैं। जब हम हठ हठ पृथ्वी की बात करते हैं तो तीसरे अध्याय में कहा गया कि कुंडलिनी जो कंद के पास में स्थित है। अब अगर हम उस एग्जाम्पल से लेकर जाएं तो कंद का जो लोकेशन है वो थोड़ा नीचे हो जाएगा, और कंद के लोकेशन नीचे भी हमें मिलते हैं, लेकिन उसका जो रेफरेंस है वो थोड़े कम है। जो ज्यादा रेफरेंस हमें मिलता है वो नाभि स्थान के आसपास के ज्यादा मिलते हैं, इसलिए हम कंद को नाभि स्थान से रिलेट कर देते हैं। तो थोड़ा थोड़ा डिफरेंस। और इवन जब हम नाड़ियों की बात करते हैं तो नाड़ियों की जो सप्लाई है उसमें भी अलग अलग डिफरेंसेस हमें मिलते हैं, अलग अलग टेक्स्ट के अकॉर्डिंग। तो अगर हम ये बोलें कि कुंडलिनी जो है वो कंद के पास है, तो हमें कंद के स्थान को थोड़ा नीचे मानना पड़ेगा। और यदि हम कंद के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखें तो कंद और कुंडलिनी का स्थान फिर अलग अलग हो जाएगा। तो यहीं पर हमें एक कॉम्पिटेंट गुरु की आवश्यकता पड़ती है कि वास्तव में हम तो इसको समझ रहे हैं टेक्स्ट के थ्रू, लेकिन जिन्होंने वो टेक्स्ट लिखे हैं उन्होंने अपने अनुभव से वो टेक्स्ट लिखा है। तो अनुभव के आधार पर, अब मेरे पास तो इतनी सिद्धि नहीं है कि मैं अनुभव करके उसका स्थान एग्जैक्टली बता पाऊं, लेकिन बेस्ड ऑन द डिस्क्रिप्शन फाउंड इन द डिफरेंट टेक्स्ट वी कैन ओनली अज्यूम इट। लेकिन अगर उसका अभ्यास के रूप में यदि हमें देखना है तो किसी कॉम्पिटेंट गुरु के मार्गदर्शन में ही हम उसको प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। तीसरा, आपने बोला कि प्राण अपान समान उदान व्यान के अलग अलग लोकेशंस हैं। वो मुझे लगता है कि वो फिजियोलॉजिकल फंक्शनिंग के रूप में हमें बताया गया है कि ऑल्दो जो जो प्राणिक ऊर्जा है वो तो एक ही है। ऐसा नहीं है कि प्राण अलग है, समान अलग है और उदान अलग है। उसकी फंक्शनिंग के अकॉर्डिंग हमने उसको बोल दिया। जैसे कि कुहू, कुहू हमें हमें एक्सक्रीशन में हेल्प करता है। तो जब प्राण कुहू से प्रभावित होगा तो वो अपान के रूप में प्रभावित होगा, कि उसकी जो फोर्स होगी वो डाउनवर्ड होगी। जब वो प्राण के रूप में कार्य करेगा तो ऊपर की तरफ जाएगा, तो उसकी जो फोर्स है वो अपवर्ड होगी। तो बेस्ड ऑन द फंक्शनिंग ऑफ द प्राण इन द नाडीज, उसके आधार पे हमने उसको अलग अलग प्राण के रूप में उसको डिवाइड कर दिया। ऑल्दो द एनर्जी इज द सेम, जिस वाइटल फोर्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो तो एक ही है, वो बस उसकी उसकी मैनिफेस्टेशन अलग अलग रूप में अलग अलग फंक्शंस में हो रही है, इसलिए हम उसको अलग अलग कैटेगराइज कर देते हैं।
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन था कि हम अलग टेक्स्ट में एक और चक्र पढ़ते हैं कि हमारे नाभि प्रदेश में एक 12 पेटल वाला भी एक चक्र है जो पुण्य और पाप को नियंत्रण करता है। तो क्या ये मणिपुर चक्र की ही बात करती है या कोई अलग चक्र है? इसकी डिस्क्रिप्शन हमें शिव संहिता में मिलती है, शिव सिद्धांत पद्धति में भी मिलती है। तो ये क्या चक्र है? मणिपुर से अलग है या ये उसी की बात करती
इसकी भी जो अलग अलग चक्र है ना, 6 के अलावा 9 चक्रों की बात होती है। हमारे सर में भी अलग अलग चक्र बताए गए हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जब हम पाथवे डिसाइड करते हैं ब्रह्मरंध्र तक का, तो ऐसा बोला गया है कि पिंगला जो है वो तो सीधी आपके जो हृदय है, हृदय से कंठ में आती है और कंठ से वो डायरेक्टली सहस्त्रार पे चली जाती है। लेकिन ईड़ा के लिए देर आर 3 डिफरेंट चक्रास इन द हेड ऑल्सो। तो दोनों तरीके से हम उसको देख सकते हैं कि हो सकता है कि एक डिस्क्रिप्शन में हमें ऐसा मिले कि मणिपुर में ही 2 अलग अलग प्रकार के भी चक्र हो सकते हैं। और लेकिन बात बात जो मेजर है वो ये है कि हमें अपने प्राण का ऊर्ध्वगमन करना है, उसको सुषुम्ना में प्रवाहित करना है। तो उसका जो प्रोसेस है वो हो सकता है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा डिफर कर जाए। हो सकता है कि, क्योंकि हमने बोला कि जो इंटरसेक्शन पॉइंट्स हैं, जो कंसंट्रेटेड फॉर्म में जो प्राण है उसको हम चक्र कह रहे हैं, तो ऐसे पॉइंट्स 6 के अलावा बहुत बहुत कुछ हो सकते हैं। बहुत सारे माइनर चक्रों की भी चर्चा हमें बिहार स्कूल ऑफ योग के यदि आप पुस्तकें पढ़ेंगे तो वहां पे आपको अलग अलग चक्र मिलेंगे। बिंदु चक्र भी मिलेगा आपको वहां पे, और 3 हमारे सर के एरिया में 3 चक्र और होते हैं, उसका मेरे को नाम अभी याद नहीं आ रहा। तो इस तरीके के चक्र भी आप में मिल जाएंगे। लेकिन इन चक्रों को बताने का जो उद्देश्य है वो यही है कि हमें बस एक एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग मिल जाए कि कहां पर क्या है। और क्योंकि इन चक्रों का जो मेजर चक्र, जिन 6 चक्रों की हम बात कर रहे हैं, उनका फिजियोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट हमें ज्यादा फील होता है, तो इसलिए उनकी एक्सप्लेनेशन हमें ज्यादा मिलती है। जो माइनर चक्र हैं उनकी, जब हम हायर प्रैक्टिसेस करते हैं, जब हम एकदम योग साधना में ही उतर जाएंगे और उसके हिसाब से जब हम प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, तो उन माइनर चक्रों का भी रोल बढ़ जाता है। तो अगेन वो एक सिद्ध गुरु के ही मार्गदर्शन में हम इन चीजों को समझ सकते हैं बेटर वे।
The next talk by Professor Maitre.
Namaskar.
Yes, please
Namaskar,
say.
Professor.
जी नमस्कार।
Thank you for your nice presentation. And this Manobaho Nadi concept is new to me. I didn't read about it. You have researched a lot that I understand. So could you please give me the reference of Manobaho Nadi? Where do we find this reference?
जी, मनोवा नाड़ी बेसिकली आपको उसमें ही मिल जाएगी। जो आयुर्वेदिक जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है वहां पर आपको मनोवा स्रोतस के रूप में भी उसका एक एक्सप्लेनेशन मिलता है। और इसके
अच्छा,
साथ में इसके लिए आपको ऋग्वेद में भी आपको एक, मैं पेपर आपको भेजूंगा, वो पेपर
हाँ हाँ,
मैकडॉनल के द्वारा है, तो वहां पर
अच्छा
भी आपको मनोवा नाड़ी के बारे में थोड़ा सा डिस्क्रिप्शन मिल जाएगा।
अच्छा अच्छा, थैंक यू
Thank
थैंक यू।
Pranam Maharaj, I have one little question that Nadi and Srota, to again, if he explain very short, so it will be better. And another thing, Nadi in yoga and nerve in biology, both are same.
नाड़ी इन योग एंड
Nerves in nervous system in biology or physical body, both are same.
Yeah, that's what we discussed, that they can they can have some kind of similarity, they can have some kind of correlation, but as Gopinath Kaviraj has already warned us, that they need not to be taken in a proper way, that the nerves are the nadis. We cannot say that these two structures are the same, because we are talking about two different kind of bodies here. One is in the gross body, one is in the, another is in the subtle body. So either they can have some kind of relation based on their function, but we cannot necessarily say that the nerves are the nadis only. There can be difference. And another question was srotas and nadis also. So the concept of srot is basically from Ayurveda point of view. So one perspective can be that nadis are the concept of yoga and the srotas is the concept from Ayurveda. Although there is one more perspective that the srotas are the flow, the flow, the different kind of flows in the body, and nadi is the pathway through that flow occurs. So that can also be understood, the difference between srotas and nadi. Although for a very gross understanding, we can say that Srotas is Nadis based on two different perspectives.
Thank you.
I don't want to
So
take.
that was a wonderful discussion. So I'm sure there will be many more questions, and there should be, and we will be happy to discuss in a free interaction mode at the end of the last talk. So all of you please also participate during that time. Now I think we will have the second talk by Professor Kasinath Mitri. Sir, are you here? Are you here? I request Professor Kasinath ji to please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, please switch on your camera. Yes. So we are really fortunate to have a very eminent scholar among us, Professor Kasinath Mitri, who just moved to Vishwabharati University. He is the associate professor in the Department of Yogic Art and Sciences. And Professor Mitri is basically a Ayurved doctor who also has obtained his PhD in yoga, and he has a wonderful track record of publications in various eminent journals, both national and international. And he has worked on yoga therapy and various yogic intervention for in various diseases like type 2 diabetes mellitus, hypertension, then mental diseases, and especially in COVID-19 period, how cardiovascular functions can be improved by yogic intervention. So he has got a very wide spectrum of work, and we are really fortunate sir has agreed to participate in this webinar, and we were hoping that he would be here, but in near future I'm sure he will be here physically, and we can do another session with his expertise. So with this brief introduction, I would request Professor Kasinath ji to please start your presentation. And also at the end, there will be some questions. I would request sir to please respond to these questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you very much. And it is indeed a great honor to give a talk in this seminar, webinar. And it is very nice to see all of you here. And so my voice is clearly audible, I think.
Yes, sir. Very clear, sir.
So I will share my slides. You just let me know.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Swamiji, for such a nice introduction. And slowly touch your face. Feel the warmth. And slowly open your eyes. Hope you all are feeling relaxed. And we have set a right tone to our presentation. So, very good afternoon to all of you. And my pranams to Swamiji. So today the topic of our this session is the psychophysiological mechanisms of action of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. It's a very interesting topic. In fact, I thank to Swamiji for giving such an interesting topic which is close to my heart. When we say the definition of pranayama, so this is a definition of pranayama from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Tasmin sati shwasa prashwasa tirvichedanayo pranayama. When you see that, this says that the cessation of breathing, inhalation and exhalation is pranayama. Okay. So pranayama is not a process which is according to this definition. Pranayama is a state. Okay. So what Patanjali says, pranayama is a state where we are neither inhaling nor we are exhaling. So there is a natural suspension of the breathing process. So this is the final stage of the pranayama, Patanjali has told, because that ultimately the gateway to move on towards the higher states of the meditation. Now when we come to the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, that gives the direction to what is the process of pranayama. So this is what is the process of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama mentioned in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Patta Padmasana Yogi Pranam Chandrena Puret Dhairitva Yatha Shakti Bhuyaha Surena Rechet. So breathing from one nostril, and the exhaling from the other nostril. So alternatively, the practice of this is Nāḍīśodhana. So from different textbook perspective, there are various recommendations made how this pranayama exactly to be practiced. So Hiranda Samhita recommends it should be practiced in 1:4:2 ratio. So we have to inhale. For example, if you are taking 5 seconds to inhale, you have to hold it for 20 seconds, and you have to take 10 seconds to exhale. Okay, so this is not the first time when we are practicing, we have to have this state. So you have to gradually practice it, and you have to reach to that particular state, and gradually you have to increase this duration of inhalation, holding, and exhalation. So very cautiously, under the guidance of very learned practitioners, you have to practice this. And the classical texts describe the practice of this pranayama 4 times in a day: early in the morning, in the midday, in the midnight, and in the evening time. So if it is practiced cautiously under the supervision of the expert, with all recommendation of the diet, the place, and everything for 3 months, so that is going to lead, that actually brings the purification of the nadis. So nadis are the very subtle channels of the prana, the energy, the vital force which is responsible for all physiological and physical processes in this body. Now what happens? That says there is an increase in the complexion of the skin and digestive fire. So these are the 2 particular benefits what they come. So these are the very late benefits. So skin changes is the last change. Skin changes is the last change when in our metabolic or in our bodily processes. So when there is a change in the skin, that means that all other organs in our bodies are effectively affected. Effectively, they are influenced, whether it is a positive practice or whether it is a negative practice. So similarly, the digestive fire is a very complex process that indicates the parasympathetic nervous system. So if your digestive fire is good, digestive fire is the health of the GI tract. So which is under the control of the vagus nerve, which is essentially under the control of the parasympathetic nervous system. So that means you are healthy. Okay, so your skin is glowing. That means your body is completely nourished, and your GI tract is intact. That means the parasympathetic nervous system or your autonomic nervous system is balanced. Okay, so that is what is the speculation we can make out of these mentioned benefits of the mention. So these are the recently, and also some old evidences, old research studies. What they shows that the practice of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama brings these physiological changes. Okay. So particularly in the cardiorespiratory system, it helps to decrease the heart rate, it decreases the respiratory rate, it decreases the blood pressure, it improves heart rate variability. So heart rate variability is essentially it is a communication between the heart and the brain. So it is a brain control over the heart. Okay. So heart rate variability. So heart rate variability, that means this is a parasympathetic. So if it is a sympathetic activity, the heart rate variability goes down, and it is a parasympathetic activity. So that is going to improve the health of the heart. So there are many studies that shows that if the heart rate variability is low, that is directly related to many chronic disorders, even deaths due to heart disease. So this is such an important finding. And similarly, for endocrine functions, the practice leads to decrease in various stress-related hormones like cortisol, adrenaline, or adrenaline. So this practice also have effect on immune system. So there are various studies which shows that the practice of the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama leads to decrease in the inflammatory markers. Inflammatory markers are related to our immune system. So if the immune function is proper, that means the inflammatory markers will be lower. So that there is, so if the inflammatory markers like interleukin 1, interleukin 2, TNF alpha, tumor necrosis factor alpha, C-reactive protein. So these are essentially the markers of the inflammation. So if they are more in the body, that indicates that there is an ongoing inflammation in the body. And recent studies suggest that the inflammation, the systemic chronic inflammation in the body is a cause for all sort of disorders, particularly non-communicable disorders like hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, and so on. So similarly, this practice also have the psychological benefits. It reduces anxiety, it reduces depression, stress. It improves mindfulness, mood, and relaxation. So if you want, you yourself practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama and you find these results immediately, you need not to practice for 3 months or 1 year. Even if you practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, even for just 5 minutes, okay, you feel change in your mood. Okay? So if you are feeling stressed, if you are feeling agitated, nervous, simple sit somewhere in corner and just take a deep breath and you have to practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama and you find change in your mood. Similarly, it is associated with various cognitive benefits. Okay, so it improves memory. So there are many short or acute effect studies of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama that shows the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama improves attention, improves working memory, improves processing speed, executive functions within 5 minutes of practice. So among students, among the patients with anxiety, among the patients with depression, even if they practice 5 minutes of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, that's going to bring the change in their cognitive functions. That means the brain functions. So similarly, it also helps in improving the body metabolism. So the very recent study which shows that the practice of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama helps to reduce the blood glucose. That indicates that this practice is linked to our metabolic processes. Now, this is the main topic of our presentation: is how these changes occurs. Okay? Now, what exactly happens in the body because of that? There is a decrease in the blood pressure, there is a decrease in the blood glucose level, or there is an increase in the memory, attention, or there is a decrease in the anxiety, depression, and so on. So let us see how this happens. One of the very important mechanism what Nāḍīśodhana pranayama brings is the HPA axis downregulation. So HPA axis is hypothalamo pituitary adrenal axis. So this is a hormonal axis essentially related to hypothalamus, which is a neuroendocrine. So this is a very important function. This is a very important part in our brain, which is a part of the brain, but yet acts like a endocrine gland. Okay? And produces certain hormones, and these hormones are called as releasing hormones. And these hormones essentially stimulates pituitary gland to produce certain hormones which essentially influence the other endocrine glands in our body. For example, so pituitary, the hypothalamus secretes a hormone called ACTH releasing hormone, so which stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete adrenocorticotropin hormone, which actually influences the adrenal gland. Now, this HPA axis is essentially a stress coordinator. Okay, so whenever we encounter a challenge, we encounter stress. Okay. So what exactly happens is the HPA axis is activated, and this HPA axis prepares our body to face that stress. Okay, so if it is the physical stress, or it can be a psychological stress, or it can be an imaginary stress. So we are sitting in we are sitting in a very secure room, and we have this feeling that in some corner of the room there is a snake going to come and it's going to bite me. So if I am living in that anxiety, in that stress, the HPA axis is activated. Okay, and what it does, it produces a lot of stress hormones, and all those stress hormones essentially prepares my body to either fight or flight from that particular snake. Okay? Now, what happens when we do? Now, this is what is going on. Okay, so what we have seen and what the literature suggests is in all chronic disorders, whether it is diabetes or hypertension, cancer or asthma. So, in all chronic non-communicable disorders, the HPA axis is hyperactivated. So hyperactive. So what happens when we practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama is the HPA axis activity is downregulated. That means the activity is reduced. Okay? The one which is hyperactivated, it is reduced. So that reduction going to bring the reduction in the cortisol, reduction in the glucocorticoid, reduction in the aldosterone, decrease in the adrenaline, noradrenaline. Now, when these changes happens in the body, when the cortisol levels are decreased, that is going to reduce your blood glucose level. Okay. So glucocorticoids. So glucocorticoids are going to reduce your blood glucose level. Now, when the adrenaline and non-adrenaline production is decreased, the heart rate is going to come down. The blood pressure is going to come down. All the muscles in the body, they are going to relax because the adrenaline and noradrenaline, they essentially increase the basal muscle tone. So because we have to be ready for fight. So when we are fighting, the muscles becomes tight. Okay? So when we practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, it changes that scenario, and all muscles become relaxed. Okay? All the blood vessels get dilated. The blood pressure is going to. Okay? So this is how the down regulation of HPA axis is one of the important mechanisms that the Nāḍīśodhana brings into the body, and that is going to make all these changes like reduction in the cortisol and glucocorticoids, and that is ultimately going to reduce our blood pressure, heart rate, improve our peristaltic movement. Okay. So the smooth muscle movements increase, the skeletal muscles basal tone going to reduce. Okay. So this is how the HPA axis down regulation is an important action of Nāḍīśodhana, through which it brings the changes in the function of the body. The next important mechanism is autonomic balance or autonomic modulation. Okay. So we have a sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. So this is primarily the autonomic nervous system. So they act. They are opposite to each other. So if one increase the heart rate, the other is going to reduce the heart rate. Okay, so they work together to maintain the body equilibrium. For example, when we have stress, so our heart rate has to increase. So for that, the sympathetic activity comes into picture. It's activated and increase our heart rate. So when there is no stress, when we are relaxed, when we are safe, when we are with our families, the heart rate has to come down. Okay? So that is brought by parasympathetic nervous system. Okay? So in the picture, you can see the rest and digest is related to parasympathetic activity, and flight and fight is related to sympathetic activity. Okay? Now what happens when we do Nāḍīśodhana pranayama? The sympathetic activity is going to be reduced. Okay? So sympathetic activity, which is hyperactive in many chronic disorders, they're going to reduce. So Nāḍīśodhana pranayama reduces sympathetic activity and it increases parasympathetic activity. This is not me saying it. This is what the literature says. This is what the research says. Okay. So when we practice the alternate nostril breathing, taking breath from one nostril and exhaling from the other nostril, that is going to balance your nervous system. So this has a very important and very wide range of health implications. As I said, the many chronic disorders, so they are characterized by autonomic dysfunction or autonomic dysregulation, where there is an increased sympathetic activity and there is a decreased parasympathetic activity. So this is what is the characteristics of the chronic, the person with the chronic disorders. Okay? Now this is why there is a reduced relaxation response and increased stress response. Okay? Now, whenever you take a person with the hypertension, so what happens when you give them any stressful task? So simple, if you ask them to calculate, if you give them simple calculation like subtract 13 from 1000, okay, for next 5 minutes, and when they do that, so gradually their blood pressure goes up. Okay. Now, ideally, the blood pressure should go up very slowly, and there should be some upper gapping. So it should not exceed more than say 130. But in patients with hypertension, it goes, say for example, 160, 170. That means their body, the stress response is more. Now, when the same person is asked to just relax on a bed, okay, so we give them relaxation. So we give them deep relaxation technique or progressive muscular relaxation technique. Now, that person is unable to relax because their relaxation response has reduced. They are unable to relax and they are hypersensitive to stress. Okay? So this is what is the imbalance. Why this is so? Because their sympathetic activity is more and the parasympathetic activity is less. Now, what happens when we do Nāḍīśodhana pranayama is the sympathetic activity is going to come down. So when you practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama for a long time, even if you practice it for 5 minutes, there is going to change in the autonomic nervous system or autonomic activity. The sympathetic activity is going to come down, parasympathetic activity is going to go up, but that is for a very short duration. So that is for a very short duration because we have practiced for a very short duration. Now, when you practice it for a long time, say for example 3 months. So as mentioned in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, we have practiced the pranayama for 3 months. Similarly, even the research studies says that the minimum practice required to bring the desired changes in the body is 3 months. So that's why you can see any studies, most of the studies of yoga, they are of 3 month studies. So that is where the ancient literature and the modern evidence they're related. So the same thing is authenticated by the scientific investigations. Now, another important mechanism through which the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama brings the change is through the modulation of the neurohormones. The various studies that have shown that when we practice breathing techniques, they are actually going to bring the change in the neurohormones. The very important neurohormones like serotonin, melatonin, okay, so BDNF alpha, brain-derived neurotropic factor, which are essential for the communication of the neurons, which are essential for communication of the neuron, are produced. Like for example, serotonin is very important neurohormone for our mood. Okay, so it is an antidepressant hormone. Okay, so when the hormone production is less, the person is going to suffer from depression. So what study shows that the practice of the pranayama, or practice of breathing techniques, that is going to increase the production and availability of the serotonin. Similarly, the melatonin. Now, in fact, I have personally seen many people who, to whom I have recommended practicing pranayama, who were having the problem of sleep. Now, when they did that, they started getting good sleep. So very recently, one professor in the Vishwabharati had some problem, sleep problem. So he started practicing pranayama. So of course he was also practicing asanas also, but essentially the pranayama was also involved. So when he was sleeping, I asked him to just sit on a bed, or you can lie down in the bed and practice pranayama deep. You have to inhale, bulge your abdomen out and exhale. Do this for 21 rounds and you see the changes. So he started doing that. Initially he was having a difficulty, but gradually that has reduced. So how that happens? So when we practice deep breathing, that actually increase the production of the melatonin. Increase the production of the melatonin. Similarly, the BDNF alpha, which is a neurohormone, which is essentially maintains the health of the nerves. So it provides the nutrition and also maintains the health of the nerves. So these are some important things. Now, what exactly happens when we practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama? Okay. Now, excuse me. So this is one of the important pathway. Okay, I would say is modulation in breath, olfactory system, and limbic system. Okay. Now earlier, so it was a belief that the nose is responsible only for the smell. Smell or in the respiration, it warms the air which is entering and it also filters. So these were the ideas. So this was the only thing we were able to understand. But now what happened? What has seen that there are a lot of research is being done in the nasal tract, and what is showed there is something called breath, olfactory system, and limbic system. So breath is breathing. So when we breathe normally, it is just air enters into the lungs and it comes out. Now when we take a deep breath, okay, or when we smell something, okay, so that is going to hit the upper part of our nasal cavity. Okay, upper part of our nasal cavity, where there are numerous neurons are present. Okay, these are the olfactory neurons. Now, all these neurons, they are connected to the olfactory bulb, and that olfactory bulb carries the signals to the brain, essentially the different parts of the brain. Now, these different parts of the brain, so in that, a very important I am highlighting here is the amygdala, hippocampus, and thalamus. So these are the three important parts in the brain, which essentially governs the emotions. Essentially governs the emotions. So emotions and also our autonomic functions. So when we do Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, we take a deep breath, and when we take a deep breath, so there is a forced entry of the air, okay, and there are pressure sensors also. So there are not only the chemical sensors in the nasal cavity or in the olfactory neurons. So there are pressure sensors also. They sense the change in the pressure, and that stimulates the olfactory bulb, and that carries the signals to the brain, and essential parts of the brain which are involved in the regulation of the emotions, like amygdala and hippocampus, which is related to the long-term memory, and the thalamus, which is important for autonomic modulation. Okay. So what I was saying, that the sympathetic activity, parasympathetic activity, so that the autonomic nervous system. Now, how that change is going to come is through this. So when we take a deep breath and when we exhale, that is being stimulated, and the thalamus gets stimulated, and thalamus essentially brings the autonomic balance. Okay. So this is how this is one of the way how the simple deep breathing can change the autonomic balance. Okay. change that. And the other thing is the amygdala, which is responsible for our fear response. Okay, and it reduces the fear response. So in general, in patients with anxiety and all, there is an overactive amygdala. So amygdala is having its own default activity, and there is an increased response to stress. Even a small stress makes their body behave like they are into a very, very serious stress, and that creates a lot of anxiety and anxiety-related reactions. Now, what happens when the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama is done? So this olfactory stimulation reduce this fear response and promotes the relaxation and positive emotions. Similarly, hippocampus. Okay, hippocampus is related to the long-term memories. So most of our disorders, particularly the psychological disorders, they are related to our old memories. Okay, so essentially the childhood memories. So when our brain develops, the childhood memories, when they are consolidated, they are there in the hippocampus, and that is actually going to create a conditioned tract. Okay. So for example, so we have seen many people when they see water, they start feeling anxiety. Their heart start racing, their blood pressure goes up, and they feel very scared about the water, or if they are into crowds, they feel this, because that is because of the long-term memory which they are carrying since their childhood. Now, when they practice the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, so this association, this conditioning is broken, okay, and they start feeling improvement in these conditions. So this is how simple breathing is connected to our brain, and that modulates the different centers in the brain which actually govern the emotions and also the autonomic function. Now, another important mechanism through which the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama brings the change in the body is modulation in the respiratory entrained rhythm. Okay. Now, respiratory entrained rhythm is now our brain, or certain brain centers. So there are neurons going on. So there is a pattern going on. There is a wave going on. Alpha wave is going on. Okay. Now all the brain areas are working and producing certain electrical activity. Now what happens when we do the rhythmic breathing? Okay. So when we do a slow breathing, so Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, we inhale slowly and we slowly exhale, and we are doing it alternate nostril, and that is going to affect the both hemispheres of the brain, because the nose, they are connected to our cerebral cortex. Now, when we do the alternate nostril breathing, and that we do in a very slow and rhythmic pace, that actually change the neural oscillations, the way the waves are going on in the brain, the way brain is producing the electrical activity is changed. Okay, so how it is changed? It is changed through the nasal cycle. So physiologically, nasal cycle is related to our brain. Now, when we manipulate the nasal cycle, that's going to change the neuronal oscillations in the brain, and they set these neuronal oscillations or the waves into a range which are like delta and theta. So alpha, gamma, delta, theta, these are the waves in the brain activity. Now, particularly delta and theta waves, they are related to the states of relaxation, states of deep rest, states of meditation. Okay. Now imagine you are just simply taking the breath in and you are slowly breathing out. That is going to change the wave pattern in the brain. Now, when the wave pattern in the brain changes, the whole brain activity changes. The whole brain function changes. Okay? So your brain functions like you are into deep rest, okay? Deep sleep. You are not sleeping, but your brain is behaving as if you are into a deep sleep. Okay? Why it is so doing so? Because we are inhaling slowly, we are exhaling slowly. Slow waves are related to the deep sleep or the states of meditation. Now, what happens in the deep sleep? In the deep sleep, the heart rate comes down, the blood pressure comes down, isn't it? The cortisol levels are going to decrease, adrenal activity decrease, HPA axis activity going to decrease. The body is into a deep state of rest. Now, in the state of rest, what happens? There is a rejuvenation. Okay, so there is a repair of the tissues. There is a new cell generation. So in the rest, actually, all sort of damages what the body has gone throughout the day get repaired. So this is how the simple breathing and reducing the speed is going to change the oscillations in the brain, and they change the brain pattern, and the brain start behaving as if it is into a deep rest or a state of meditation. So this is one of the very important mechanism that has recently been developed. Now the another way of another mechanism of action is a vagal stimulation. Okay. Now what happens when we take a deep breath? Okay, so it is going deep. So we are inhaling deeply. That means we are stretching our abdomen. We are stretching our lungs. Okay. So when we breathe normally, the lungs are going to get stretched, but in a very less expansion. Now, when we do pranayama, Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, so the lungs are going to stretch more. Okay. Now, whenever the lungs are stretched more, the stretch receptors within the lungs, so they are connected to vagus nerve. Okay. Now, our vagus nerve is going to get stimulated. Now, vagus nerve is a parasympathetic nerve. Now, when the vagus nerve is stimulated, that's going to stimulate the brain and telling the brain that we are into relaxation. So one way is it is a top-down method, and it is a down-to-top method. So we are lungs are expanding, the vagus nerve is stimulated, and that is going to stimulate the brain and change the whole body face. So earlier it was into sympathetic activity, now it is into parasympathetic, because the vagus nerve is a parasympathetic. Now, if you see any of the yoga practices, whether it is the kriyas, basti, vamandhavti, isn't it? So all, even jalneti, sudran, all these practices are nothing but they stimulates the parasympathetic nerves. Isn't it? If you see this picture, parasympathetic nerves are craniosacral. Craniosacral means those nerves which are emerging from the brain. So vagus is one of them. And olfactory is also vagus. Olfactory is also the cranial nerve. Similarly, the sacral nerves which supplies to the anus, to the urethra, and all those. So all our practices, they are related to the stimulation of the vagus. So all yogic practices like Vamandhavti, Dandavati, Jalneti, Sutraneti, pranayama, basti, they all actually essentially stimulates the parasympathetic nerves. And another mechanism we can think of is enhanced mindfulness. Now, pranayama practice or the Nāḍīśodhana practice requires a lot of attention. This is a mindful practice. So when we practice, we concentrate on our chest, we concentrate on our abdomen. When you take a deep breath, you feel expansion. So this is, the whole mind is within your abdomen, your chest. So this is a mindful practice. So this is nothing but it is dharana. So initially when you practice, your mind goes out, and again you will bring it back, and again you practice. This is a kind of dharana. So meditation also. So it involves the conscious breathing. When our mind is into one place and that is connected to some physical pattern like abdominal breathing, what happens is the brain's default network mode gets shifted. So default network mode is like by default brain is wandering and there is a rumination, negative thoughts, wandering, rumination. This is what is the brain's normal default mode, isn't it? So brain's default network mode involves mind wandering and rumination, so the repeated thinking and wandering of the mind. Now, this kind of mode or the default network mode has already brought a certain patterns in the brain function, and those certain patterns are going on throughout the body day in, day out. Now, when we practice pranayama, that default network mode is changed. Now we are concentrating on breathing. Okay. So now there is no rumination. There is no mind wandering. So when there is no rumination, no mind wandering, the stimulation from the thoughts, the negative thoughts, and the mind wandering activity on the brain gets ceased. Now brain shift into another default, so another network, okay? And that is going to bring the positive change the states of the mode, and also change the functioning of the brain. Okay? So earlier brain was functioning as if it was into a very dangerous situation. Now brain is functioning as if it is into a deep states of meditation. So this is what is the change. When this changes, the whole body activity changes. The whole body cells are going to change. The tissue changes. The blood composition changes. Earlier, in the blood composition, when the mind was into the default network mode, the blood composition was rich in adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol. Now, when we practice pranayama, it is changed. Now, adrenaline is very less, cortisol is very less. In fact, there is a serotonin. In fact, there is a melatonin. In fact, there is a dopamine, isn't it? So, a lot of positive hormones are surrounding the cell. So this is how the whole body is going to change when we change the default network. So these are some references, and this is what I wanted to convey through my presentation. And these are some references. And thank you very much. And I welcome some questions if there are any. And here I stop my presentation.
Sir, that was a wonderful talk, very, very clear, very in a language that I think any layman can understand, and the way you gradually build up the mechanisms one after the other, starting from the neuromodulation till the mind wandering thing. I think this is a very excellent way of putting the whole thing. So if there are questions from the audience, we can take.
There is a short term DMN. What is that?
Sorry, your voice is not clearly audible.
Can
you say it again, or you can type it?
Okay. Type it.
If anybody has understood, you can.
Yes, sir. May I ask you, sir? Sir, may I ask you a question, sir? Sir, whether deep inhale and exhale bring the same result as LSP do? May I repeat, sir? Deep inhale and exhale bring the same result as Nāḍīśodhana pranayam do.
Okay. No, Nāḍīśodhana pranayama is also involves deep breathing, isn't it? So Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, so technically it is inhaling from left nostril and right nostril, but it involves deep breathing. Yes, hence, all the benefits of deep breathing by default they are there into Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. but it has an additional benefits, okay, because we are alternatingly doing it from one nostril and then other nostril. That we don't do in the simple deep breathing. So in that case, I would say all benefits of deep breathing are by default, they will be there in the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, in addition to what Nāḍīśodhana has extra to.
Sir, another thing, sir, what does the DNA means? The last slide, you show one.
Default mode of network.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, just very nice presentation, sir. Wonderful. Just wanted to ask you, like, you mentioned of last that cellular label, that cells got changed, all those things. So is there an study done like that? Like data is there to look
Yes.
at all those things?
Definitely, there are. I mean, it's not particularly related to yoga. So I would, for that particularly, I would suggest one important book called Biology of Belief. Biology of Belief by Bruce Lipton. Okay. So this is a very beautiful book, and they have conducted several researches also. And based on the results of those researches, they have written the book. And what the particular book indicates is, what I believe that is going to change the composition of the blood. So if I believe I'm into the room which is having a lot of snakes and scorpions here, so I'm going to get anxiety. I'm going to feel stressed. Now, when I start feeling stress and anxiety, so my adrenaline is going to produce a lot of adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol, isn't it? So they all are entering into the bloodstream. Now this blood goes towards the cell, and the extracellular fluid which is surrounding the blood is rich in those stress hormones. In the same case, if I believe that I am in a very pleasant state, full of nature, and full of my friends, and I'm in the safest and like in a heaven, so my brain is going to change. So no more need of production of adrenaline or adrenaline, isn't it? So ultimately, in the extracellular fluid, the concentration of the adrenaline and noradrenaline are going to come down. So it is not just limited to the composition of the blood. So our cell is designed to communicate with the environment through the compositions around. So if the composition is rich in the stress hormones, so cell understand that I'm into environment which is full of stress. Now cell makes the changes in its DNA. Now I have to survive in this stressful environment. So there is adaptation.
Yeah,
so this is how
yes. Because like just I would like to tell one thing, like you told the belief has an effect on how the effects are going to happen. But like whenever there comes a science or experiment, like you see in modern medicine, they will do randomized controlled trial to remove the effect of that belief or that psychological perspective. So they will have. So my question is the Nāḍīśodhana pranayam which is showing the effect, or is a belief, the faith, like, yeah, it will work for me, is that the effect?
Yeah. See, based on those studies, so we have to speculate. Now, this is proven that pranayama helps to reduce the cortisol or adrenaline. So ultimately, that is going to reduce the concentration of the adrenaline or adrenaline surrounding the cell, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the same way the change is happening. So this is just an implication I'm just exploring here. But the whole study, how they have conducted, so we need to conduct in the yoga practices also.
Yeah, and sir, what are your thoughts on, suppose if somebody doesn't have a belief, but they are practicing regularly with a commitment, still they will show the same effect?
Definitely. Belief in the sense, what kind of belief?
Belief, like suppose this practice is going to help me, or like one psychological component is very important. Like in comes to yoga, the subjectivity, like we feel, and those who practice. But when it come to science, then like that subjectivity is component, like it is personal. So that science will not look at it.
So that's a methodology.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you are saying is that the methodology. Now, when our whole research is, we are doing it on a belief, okay, then you need not to worry about the methodology, because our whole methodology will change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What the science rigorous research says is the belief should not be there, because it should be a natural phenomenon.
Correct.
But our system based on the belief, if our system is based on the belief, then how you can exclude that and you do research? In a whole, we should have a different research methodology.
Yeah,
so that is what is going on nowadays, that the mind-body interventional therapies like yoga, like Tai Chi and all that, they should have a very different different research methodology. So they should not rely on the reductionist approach, what the conventional medicine does.
Correct.
For conventional medicine, it is a very right approach and right research methodology. For us, it's not.
Yeah. And this last thing, like you mentioned of DMN, default mode network, like we say in yoga, like you inhale from that Ida Nadi, that it will affect, like the effects are contralateral effect on your right side of the brain. So, what are your thoughts on that? Because when I see in the literature, you see the mixed effects. Like some paper is saying, yeah, the effects are like mixed. You will see on the whole brain. Some paper are saying, no, it doesn't matter. So, as per your work or what you found, these effects are contralateral. Like when inhaling, like suppose I'm inhaling from left, effect is showing on my right brain hemisphere. When I'm inhaling from right, it's showing on the left brain hemisphere. So how does that matter? And the effect of dominance, like that also plays a role, like which nostril is dominance and how the effect changes with that also. Anything on that, sir?
Yes, definitely. The contralateral effect is there. Okay, so if you are giving any intervention, particularly to one nostril, then definitely the effect of that particular practice is going to come on the contralateral part of the brain. Okay, and there are studies. Okay, so there are studies, and the very important study where it showed that the inhalation from the left nostril, only from the left nostril, okay, for a long time is going to increase the body weight, and the other group who have just done Surya Bhedi pranayama, inhaling and exhaling from the right nostril, the body weight has reduced. Okay, so there are such evidences. But in Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, what we are doing is we are doing it alternative. So whatever the contralateral effect are there, they are going to balance. So similarly, the artistic brain, logistic brain, isn't it? So if you are practicing from a particular nostril, then a particular kind of changes you will observe in the image, provided they should not practice from the other nostril. So exclusively you have to do that, and you have to explore the styles. And there are evidences that this uninostril breathings have a different effects. In fact, exactly the opposite effects.
Yes, if I may add a few lines to Mr. Ashish's question, that really, and Professor Kasinath how nicely answered, that does belief really shape the biology? I mean, if we go back to Gita, you will see the answer is clear. In the beginning of the Gita, you see what is the state of Arjuna. He's afraid, he's depressed. And that is not only mental. What is he saying? Sidanti mama gatrani mukham cha parishushati. Even that belief that I cannot fight with the opponent because they are my kith and kin results in a gross manifestation in the body. So what to say about cellular? And then at the end of the Gita, you see again the state has changed, the biological state. Why? Because the belief has changed. And that time he is saying, Nashta moho smritir labdva tat prasadan maya achyuta sthitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Sthitosmi, that means I'm perfectly calm, stable in body and mind. So from a shivering body to a stable body, look at the change. And how has that change come? Because of belief. So naturally, it percolates from the cellular to our gross body level. Yes, belief really works. And if you call it in the modern scientific parlance, if you call it subjective, individual specific, even I would say that there are analytical ways to handle that individual effect, and that is called the unobserved variables. We say these are unobserved variables because an individual contribute to the response, whatever physiological, biological, or psychological response. An individual has also a component of contribution to that, other than the intervention, that can be captured statistically with hidden variables or unobserved variables or dummy variables, and these are nowadays used in statistical models which try to explain the physiological response of various yogic interventions or any other interventions. That being said, I would like to ask Kashinathji one question because this is new to me. If you would like to share any reference about the effect of kriyas on the autonomic functions, or the effect of kriyas on
Kriyas particularly, one study we did on Lagushanka Prakshalana. So that we did it on among hypertensive patients. So we gave Lagushanka Prakshalana. One group it was given without salt, plain water, but the other group was given with Triphala. So that was so our objective was to assess whether the Triphala adding to water will have any different effects. So in that, what we observed is both the groups, they are going to reduce the blood pressure. So definitely this Lagushanka Prakshalana is having an effect on cardiovascular system. So that stimulates the vagus nerve. And the other important is the Vamandhavti. There are some studies which are done particularly on Vamandhavti, and what they found is there is a there is a reduction in the heart rate, there is an improvement in the heart rate variability. So that shows that the Vamandhavti or the Lagushanka Prakshalana, which you can say they correlate with the Basti. So they are related, they are connected to the autonomic nervous system, and they definitely improve the vagus nerve activity, and so like that.
Yeah, thank you. That is interesting. Maybe I can ask the references from you later. We can have one last question before we go for a break.
Pranam Maharaj. My question is when breath hold, what is called actual breath hold? After inhalation or after exhalation?
Yeah, breath holding can be both. So after exhalation also you can hold the breath, and after inhalation also you can hold the breath. But in Nāḍīśodhana pranayama mentioned in Hatha Yoga is after inhalation. So there is no after exhalation. So after inhalation you have to hold the breath. But my advice for the beginners is don't do that. You just practice only on inhalation and exhalation. Don't go for holding. Holding is applicable for a healthy body. Okay, so for a healthy body. Healthy body, I mean to say, not just we have a normal reports. Okay, not just we are feeling healthy. Okay, so healthy, you have to practice the kriyas. You have to establish yourself into asana. So you should be normal than a normal person, supernatural, super normal. Then you go for holding and all that. And holding should happen naturally. Okay, so you should not be forceful. Just like when we do Kapalabhati. So Kapalabhati, when we do it for say 1 minute. So after that, you experience Kevala Kumbhaka. That somebody experience for 5 seconds, somebody for 10, somebody for 1 minute. So that is natural. Now when we do pranayama, so if you start doing pranayama or even Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, so after say 27 rounds or 30 rounds, if you are able to do it, you find that the natural kumbhaka or natural holding takes place for a very short span of time, but gradually. So my suggestion is for the beginners or for anybody, don't go for kumbhaka. Gradually, when you practice, you experience kumbhaka naturally, and I suggest for that.
I practice long time. Already I practice.
Then also, even if you are holding it, make sure that you are not feeling any discomfort, and very naturally it is going on. So that you listen to your body.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Go for time. Time should happen. You just go for natural holding, and you just see how much time you could be able to do it. Don't fix the time. This much time I will do it. No, you just assess how much time is going on.
But it comes easy.
It should be effortless.
Yes, one question from Pratishruta. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaste, sir. Kashinath, sir. I want to ask about the effect of Viparit Karni Mudra for a longer time can have the same effect as Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam, as I have read somewhere. Like some of the yogic asanas also create some influence in the nostril dominance. And in the Viparit Karni Mudra, the pressure is exerted on the elbows and ulnar nerve also. So do you have any reference or like any, can you throw some light where the Viparit Karni Mudra for a longer duration, if practice, can have the effect of Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam?
Viparita Karni is having its own effect, particularly, and if it is more of a physical practice. Of course, it also involves the breathing technique. So you have to breathe in, breathe out, and you have to concentrate your pincher muscles and all that. But not exactly like pranayama. Not exactly like. So in general, Viparita Karni is having its own effect, and as I said, that the parasympathetic nerves are craniosacral. So the anal sphincters are also supplied from the sacral plexus. From the sacral region, we get the nerve, and practicing that is going to stimulate the parasympathetic nerves. So it is definitely going to stimulate the parasympathetic activity. But that parasympathetic effect is more in that particular region, the pelvis region or the pelvic organs. Okay? And definitely to some extent, it also having a generalized effect in the body, not exactly like pranayama.
Okay. Some decongestion of the mucosal membrane when the abdomen goes up, and when we are pressing the elbows for Viparit Karni Mudra, because it is an inverted posture, and especially the inverted postures where legs are going up and the head goes down. So any pressure created which has the same effect as Nadi Shuddhi, which I have heard earlier, but I'm not getting any reference for that.
I don't think so. Decongestion or congestion can happen in the nose. If you are doing that, if you are doing inverted postures, it is natural the pressure is going to come towards the head region. Congestion can happen, but I don't think that it is going to give exact results what Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama does.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And there are no references, no studies, as per my knowledge, long-term studies on Viparita Karni. There are short-term studies, and those studies are very focused, and they were like focusing on particularly the prostate hypertrophy patients, like benign prostate.
Yes, sir. My research is on Viparit Karni Mudra, and I'm doing it on cognitive parameters also, along with this physical, physiological. So while doing the research at Kaivalyadham, there are references that Paschimottanasana, Dhanurasana can have the nostril influence, like nostril dominance. So this is also a kaya posture, and the whole gravity changes. And pressure, when it comes on the elbows, it travels to the radial ulnar nerves. And even if we are doing these same things, the nostril dominance happens. So I was just doing some correlation with that, if it is happening. But thank you for that.
Definitely, any extreme asanas, like even chakrasana, even Ardha Chakrasana, if you do, you will find both the nostril becomes active. So that is there. And I love to know your results. So please share this.
Sure,
Yeah,
sir. Thank you.
just to add a few comments to your research, maybe you can explore the techniques given in Shiva Swarodaya about how to switch nostril dominance. And the techniques are very similar to applying pressure in the contralateral side, physical pressure, which actually decongests the other nostril. So it is very much in line with this asanas, although they do not mention asanas there. It is it is all about the swara switching technique that is supposedly given by Shiva Shankara to Ma Parvati. But
Right.
that text will also give some practical tips about how to switch nostril dominance.
Okay, but you are suggesting in while holding the mudra, right? Into that posture itself.
Right, right.
Okay, okay, sir.
The
Thank you.
idea, the mechanism is by applying pressure on
Right.
the opposite side.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I'm sure there will be many more questions, but for the logistical reasons, we have to take a break here, sir. And I would request Professor Kasinath ji to please be again present, if possible, at around 3:30 or 3:45, because at the end there will be a lot of open discussions. If your schedule permits, sir, could you please join around 3:45 with the same
Yes,
link?
yes. I try my level best to
Yes,
join.
sir. Yes, sir. So I thank all participants for participating very wholeheartedly in the first half. And we'll take a break and we'll resume at around 2 p.m. So thank you, everybody. So we welcome back all the participants for the second half of the webinar. And we are going to start the second half with the talk by Professor Sushim Dubey. Professor Dubey, are you here, sir? So we welcome back all the participants for the second half of the webinar. And we are going to start the second half with the talk by Professor Sushim Dubey. Professor Dubey, are you here, sir?
Yeah, I am here.
Yes. So we are really fortunate that Professor Sushim Dubey ji is with us in this webinar. Sir is a professor of Department of Philosophy in the Nava Nalanda Mahavihara, a deemed university under the Ministry of Culture. And sir has an excellent record of publication and expertise in yoga, Arthashastra, and his one of the remarkable work by Professor Dubey is the survey and analysis of yoga education and PhD research in India, which came out in 2013. So sir is an accomplished philosopher and researcher and knowledgeable person in the domain of yoga. And without further delay, I would request sir to please deliver your talk, sir.
Well, my humble namaskar to Swamiji
Namaste.
and all the distinguished our participants who are here for in this very kind of special webinar, which is being taught by Swamiji for getting more deeper into the esoteric aspects of yoga, direct leading towards the spirituality, and also the deeper understanding of Indian yogic science, as well as Hatha yogic tradition, as well as Tantra tradition. We have yoga not only limited to the Sanatan Parampara, but Buddhist Parampara and Jain tradition also, Jain Parampara. So there also we do have yoga. And about the nadis, about the prana, as we know, this prana has been discussed since the time from the Vedic tradition, where we have here, I'm speaking from Nalanda, the very renowned place, the Lord, as we, the Surya Sashti Parva, which is the which is the largest festival celebrated here at Bihar also linked to the sun. So, in fact, I have some trouble in my lips, and I shall try to link you as much as possible. So, let me start a screen presentation. Let me go back. That we can say the term Nadi wherever it is occurring. Problem with the screen. Okay, then I'll leave it. Here we can see these are the texts which are there with me, and these all contains the description of Nadi, starting with Shiv Samhita to Shiv Sarodaya to Amrup Shashan to the Goraksh Shatak Yog Tarangani Tika to the Shiv Samhita to the again Goraksh Bhutika and Dhirendra Samhita, very common, Gorakshvani, Hatyo Pradipika, very common, Siddha Siddhant Paddhati, Ulavali Nirnay, Gyananand Paramhans, then Kaul Gyan Nirnay, Yog Sar Sangrah, Shat Chakni Rupan, and from the Yogopanishad we have multiple. From here, Trishakha Brahmanopanishad, Trishikha Brahmanopanishad, Trishikhi Brahmanopanishad, and Dhyan Bindu Upanishad. Then Dattatreya, Ashtang Sangrah, Vivek Martande, and Goraksh Paddhati, Goraksh Taravali, and then Amanaska Yoga, Yogini Hridayam. These are all having, and some of them I have already opened. Yogini Hridaya, Yoga, then Shiva Sutra Vartik, Shiva Kala Vivek, Goraksha, Yoga Shastram. These are there, and perhaps the number of lists that I can show you the various lists. And one of the texts which is having Surya Nadi, Chandra Nadi, and Surya Nadi, that is the very specific text, also the name of Nadi. Apart from here, I have almost 500 to 600 texts listed, and out of that, some of them are with me. So I will try to go one after another and try to deal with the description of Nadi. Let us start from here. And well, before that, I wish to say something about the Upanishadic tradition, because we have the earliest source from the Upanishad, and they are from the Prashnopanishad, the description also taken by one of the speakers earlier to me. So many things actually I have opened, and I have to search out where it is gone. Anyway. So Prashnopanishad talks about the source of prana. One of the questions asked to the Rishi, from where actually these prana comes and how they means they form a life into human being or us, and then how it go details about so it talks about from the sun these prana comes. And as we know the meaning of prana, as I do write, perhaps let me write here, and because the tradition is not like that we need to, this is the prana. In the Buddhist tradition we have an, apan. These are the vayu. We have apan, anapan we have in fact, and we have pran is prakrishta. Like from the sun we are inhaling, we are taking into our body prakrishta. Then what remains? Pra. Then we have in Vaisheshik tradition where we have anu. And in the Vaisheshik tradition, this anu, the final entity like Paramanu also, which is again the Param, means the highest kind of anu. I am just correlating. The nature of this anu is also the spiritual. So from this way, the Vaisheshik tradition has gone to elaborate, to show how the entire reality has been built up apart from the human being, the things coexisting. And this prana, as the Prashnopanishad I was correlating, again, it is going into the through the inhalation, it is coming inside to us. It is gaining from the Surya Rashmi, Prana, Dhatte, all vitality it gains from Prana and Rai. Two things it has talked about. And from the heart, Vyanas Charati. This is what Krishna Upanishad say. And again, what is the Vyana is Vishishta Ana or Vishishta An, we can say. So, An, a way kind of energy, or we say in science the packet of energy. And in modern science also, if we correlate or we look in a wider way, then this packet of energy or the sun's the rays in the form of packet, like they are coming, and through this our seers of the Upanishads, they have conceived it as a prana, and this prana flows in entire wherever, like Nad. This word also has come prior to me. Nadi is originating from the Nad, and Nad itself meaning is the flow. Behna, Nadi, Nad. ये बहुत बार शब्द संस्कृत साहित्य में across the literature आया हुआ. So this Nad, this flows in entire the body. Therefore, we have the across the literature, across our festival, lotus, Hridaya. From the Hridaya is the source, means the length of the prana is also from the nostril to the heart. In that way, it flows entire into the body. And Hridaya Kamal, Hridaya Pundarik Sutra, the Buddhist texts are talking about this. And in meditation also, the heart, from all nadis in Vedanta tradition also it has been referred, as well as it's not actually the Vedanta tradition itself. A vast literature, the Buddhist literature also talks about that from heart. The specific, as in the sadhana, when the people are, those sadhak are matured, then it is revealed by the Guru how to practice the heart also in the Tantra, where the Sambhog to Samadhi, the nature of the heart has been discussed. Perhaps this is not the platform, which is the only in the private or in the Guru Shishya Parampara, because that is also the pathway to go into the meditation or the highest form of realization or Kundalini Jagran. So these are the various aspects I have slightly tried to correlate with the heart and Nadi system, which is here it has been in the Prashnopanishad and in other Upanishads also, and other tradition also, it has been linked. It is flowing into the heart, the energy channel. And one of the examples I will give before embarking into the yogic tradition exclusively about the Nadi system. And of course, we have the title is Nāḍīśodhana, that we shall be talking about. And I'm giving one example about the Nāḍīśodhana itself, a very general, simple example so that we can understand. Like we have the festival of Deepavali. Everybody is celebrating in India and across also. And in other forms also, in other culture and religion even. Like जैसे घर में हम अपने सभी कक्षों में, कमरों में दीपक जलाते हैं, इसमें रोशनी करते हैं, और कहते हैं कि यदि किसी कमरे में यदि अंधेरा रह जाए तो उसमें लक्ष्मी की बजाय अलक्ष्मी आ जाएगी. ऐसे ही in the same manner, in the Nadi system which is inside our body is not cleared, not illuminated with these our pranas, the vital force, then that part of the body will remain like dark or with the less prana, और उसमें लक्ष्मी की बजाय कुलक्ष्मी अर्थात लक्ष्य जो हम प्राप्त कर रहे हैं वो नहीं मिलेगा. In a finer way we are celebrating it. So just to try to correlate with my own understanding, my own interpretation with this, because it's not that way easy. Lord Buddha says, and he gives the example, and that is continuous coming even by the Swami Vivekananda also in his various interpretation of the four yogas, where the Lord Buddha says that example of Atma Deepo Bhava, Atta Deepo Bhava means like you, deep means Prakashvan means all what the example I have given means it should, all Nadi should be having the prana means the vital force, the enlightenment. You are filled with energy. Therefore, you can embark into the fullness of your experience, your existence, and kind of a state where neither any dukkha or sukha can be means will exist like that. So with this example of even the nirvana example has been given by the Deepak, where the person has to become like feeling the in fact the body is like that also. We are continuously churning our metabolism through our energy, and this energy should be distributed, equally distributed, refined as much as our performance shall be in common world, our day-to-day performance. So having said so, let us proceed with this various our Hatha Yogic text, and one of them, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, is open to us. And let's see what the Nadi is there and what is the Nāḍīśodhana is there. And Shodhan I have tried to clarify with this. So we have Dwa Saptati. I have directly tried to interpret from the Sanskrit text so that the authenticity is maintained. I have not prepared any PowerPoint because such a large text, so many texts, and cutting and pasting them will be kind of means a different kind of labor to them. So Dvasaptati Sahasranam Nadinam Mal Shodhanam. What is this Mal? And what is the Shodhanam? So the number is already seen here, Dvasaptati Sahasranam. Of course, 3,05,000 in Siva Samhita, that also we will see from the original text itself. So what here they are talking about, Atmadhyai, Mitahari, Yavad, Dvadasvat, Sansa, means 12 years have been referred actually. And even in 1 year also it has been discussed. We have in Vedic tradition also 3 years for each Veda and 4th year for the Sangam that we are celebrating. All the mendicant sages, they are gathering there, and very purpose is there. If you see in the UNESCO, which has acknowledged as the world living heritage, and there the purpose was to discuss about the sadhana, the way it can be, and Kumbh is the Amrit, means through the state of attaining the samadhi state and realized state, Amrit Pad is there, not the death is there. So that way the Dwadas Samvatsaram is there, and it keeps on coming. So let's see where it's occurring more. And Padmasani Sthit Yogi Nadi Dwaren Puritam Marutam Dharyet Yastu Sa Mukto Natra Sansaya. So in the Padmasana and this lotus posture is also an important, as we see the Lord Buddha is sitting on the lotus posture, Mahavir Swami is also sitting in the lotus posture, Lakshmi is also on the lotus, and Saraswati ji is also in the tradition in the Padmasana Sanstita. So all these things and the culture has been rooted in a varieties of ways. Only looking into the yogic text will not make the integrated or a unified way of understanding unless we see what has been there in other ways, other system, other kind of practices. That will make an integrated understanding with this. And let us see Malakulasu Nadishu. This is of course from the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which is well known to the those who are studying the yoga. So Malakulasu Nadishu Maruto Naiva Madhyaga. What exactly is Madhyaga is there, and Katham Syad Unmani Bhava Karya Siddhim Katham Bhave. So Unmani Bhava is also important, as you see. Unmani, why the mind means Ut Mani means there is man or there is no man. This is what the Unmani. And Madhyaga means this medium channel or the Sushumna Nadi, that also has been discussed in varieties of our Hatha Yogic text. So Karya Siddhi Katham Bhavet. Shuddham eti yatha sarvam Nadi Chakra Malakulam tadaiva jayate yogi prana sangrahane chima. Let's see onward. And yatha Shushumna Nadistha Malam Shuddhim Prayantija. Well, I just tell from my own understanding and experience, because in Shiva Sharodaya. In other text, we have the Ida Nadi, we have the Pingala Nadi, and Ida Nadi, like Surya Chandramasyo Yoga. This is another definition in where is the union of this Surya and Chandrama, both Nadinam, Desham Yoga, means union in the form of Sushumna Nadi. That is also called as the yoga. So actually, from the Nadi Shuddhi to the attainment of yoga, why there is problem? Let me give another example to understand. Like we have one garden, bagh, and it has several kyari, kulikaएं, or water channels, and through these water channels, every plant, every tree, every that we are having in our bagiche, it is getting the vitality and life. So if any place of this nalikai or kulikai get obstructed, or suppose in your agriculture land the water is not flowing up to one way, so that place will get dried up and there will not be any cultivation further. So that way mal shuddhi is the first thing. Therefore in the yogic text, first of all, Nāḍīśodhanam has been advised for the yogi. Let's see more what they are talking about. And then Hatshyo Pradipika also talks about the Nadi Shuddhi Syat Tatha Chinnhani Bhayata Kayasya Krishata Kantistada Jayate Nishchitam. So Krishata means there is no excessive fat and lean body, but a radiant Kanti is there. Nishchitam Yatheshtam Dharanam Vayur Analasya Pradipanam. Very clear it is. Anal, as you see, and if you don't link again with the Prashnopanishad or where the prana is coming, there will be further difficulty in understanding. Like in the 20th verse, you see, Yatheshtam Dharanam Vayur Analasya Pradipanam Nādha Vyakti Arogyam Jayate Nāḍīśodhanāt. So by the Nāḍīśodhan, Analasya Pradipanam. What is this Anal and from where it is coming? Anal is nothing but Agni. So this Agni is again from the prana or the form by the Surya with which it is coming, and in the form of Jatragni, it is there inside our body. And as long as this Agni is inside to our body, as you see, if you also try to correlate how the child is born, as we see if we again go to a little bit to correlate with our astrology and palmistry, Jyotish Shastra, Jyoti is again the Agni, the study of that. So we have in 5 fingers, 5 gross elements, and this represent not only in our tradition, but in Western tradition also the Agni, fire. And you see the child is born like this only, keeping the Agni inside to us, and at the end of the body, while all the life is completed, the journey of the life, and this Agni, then it becomes like this. This way the life is ended. So this concept of Agni is also very important. And the process of Nāḍīśodhana also we will see. Here various pranayam has been discussed, and Hatshyo Pradipika is talking about the Nadi at least 15 places. Now these are the various places as we have seen in the bandhas also. And from here, they are talking about Idya, Puret, Shushumna, Rechet, and the time frame has not been discussed, but this time frame and matra has been discussed in Gheranda Samhita, and from here we will move to the Gheranda Samhita. it is here, and as we see, the Nadi is here. Nadi nirmaltam yati divya drashtihi prajayate nidraante bhojnante cha divante cha dine dine. So आदौ स्थानं तथा कालं मिताहारं तथा परं नाड़ी शुद्धिं ततः पश्चात प्राणायामं च साधयेत्. So these have been described as first what to do and second what to do, and then first the nadi shuddhi, then the pranayam or prana sanrodh or kumbhak, or this is what is the leading toward the state of samadhi, because so nadi shuddhim samasadya pranayamam samabhyaset. Nadi shuddhi katham, how to do and perform the nadi shuddhi? The question Chandakapalir in Ghiranda Samhita, he is asking, so Ghiranda Rishi, who is the exposing, who is stating about the yoga to the Chandakapali, he is telling, Ghiranda Rishi is again telling the same thing, Malakulashu Nadishu, and Tattva Gyan Katham Bhavet also without the pranayama. So Nadi Shuddhim Dvividha Prokta. Here Nadi Shuddhi has been told as the in a two-way, Samanu or Nirmanus Tatha. So Bijain, with the Bij, it is Samanu and Nirmanu Dhauti Karmani. This has been defined. So how to perform the Nadi Shuddhi is Upavishya Asane Yogi Padmasanam. Again, the Padmasan has been referred. And Guru Adi Asanam Krutva Yatha, we are learning from our master or Guru. And Yathaiva Guru Bhashitam. So the role of the Guru is very vital, very significant, because without the realized Guru, nobody should or one cannot attain the proper practice or attainment of the yoga. Here in the Ghiranda Samhita, we see the Chatushtya Matraya cha Kumbhake neva dharyet or Dra Trinshat Matraya Vayum Surya Nadya cha Rechiyet. So the time frame has been discussed, and this time frame further has been discussed to enhance, and thereafter these practices have been for refining, for Shodhanan, entire our Nadi channel in the body. With this, I will go further to the other text very fast. Here you can see the pranayama which is there, the various, its classification, they are visible. And what is the outcome of this prana? Please unmute. Please mute yourself who is talking on this OnePlus joint. Yeah. So with this Nāḍīśodhana, the attainment of the pranayama with Des, Sankhya, Kali, Dirgha, Sukshma, and the attainment is Prakashavaranam Chiyate, Malanam Vishuddhi, Jnana Deepti, Kleshavaranam Chaya, Dharanasu, Yogata Manasa, or Vikshep Rahit Ekagrata Prapti. These have been discussed in Yoga Sutra itself. So here is we see the classification according to the Yoga Sutra, and then let us proceed with one after another. Just I will refer here, and so this is the text of Ashtang Sangrah. Here also the nadis have been discussed. Sarvashu nadishu bhramante jiva rupina. So through this evam shuddhi meti yatha sarvam nadi chakram malakulam vam dakshina marg. So they are discussing the Hans here, like Hans is Hakarena Bahirgachati, Sakarena Antagachati. This Hans is also the very significant term, and Hansvani Saraswati is there, and this is also the Hans is the root of the mantra yoga. So here we see, I am referring several things. Perhaps after reading them, you can able to realize them, the vastness of the thing. So this is from two reference from the Ashtanga Sangrah, and some other reference perhaps this from the Vivek Martanda. Let us see. This is the same thing. Ete nadi shasreshu vartante jiva rupina. And what are the further additional reference? Shuddhimeti yatha sarvam nadi chakram malakulam tadaiv jayate yogi kshama prana niyantrana. So the basic target is to niyantran on the prana and state of kumbhak, and this is only possible like I'm just telling another example, a very real life example. Who is able to go, जैसे रस्सी पे चलने वालों को आपने देखा है, कैसे आप खड़े हो सकते हैं? रस्सी पर खड़ा कर दिया जाए, 10 फुट ऊपर रस्सी बांधकर कोई खड़ा हो सकता है? बैलेंस बन जाएगा? नहीं बनेगा। किसका बनता है? Who is practicing, and how they are practicing? Because they are having the complete balance, control of their all limbs of their body. So therefore, in the same sense, those who are able to hold their prana for a final duration, that is the prana kshama, prana niyantrane, they are only able to, those who have nadi shuddhi, those who have this Nāḍīśodhanam, they are able to maintain the upholding of prana inside. And as long as the text are talking about, जब तक प्राण शरीर में रहेंगे तब तक मृत्यु की बात नहीं है. एंड अनदर थिंग, इट हैज बीन लिंक्ड विद द बिंदु, यथा बिंदु, जब तक बिंदु शरीर में है तब तक मृत्यु नहीं है. दिस इज व्हाट इज द एजोटोरिक मीनिंग contained with the Yoga Shastra. So with this, I shall move to the some other text which are opened by me, like in Dattatreya Yoga. Let's see what it is talking about the Nadi. They are telling the Chinnani Vayata, Sharir Laghuta, Deepti, Jatragni Vardhanam, Krashatvam cha Sarirasya Tada Jaye tu Nishwatam Tatha Varjani Vaksham Yoga Vigna Karani tu. See, after attaining all these things, there are the Varjya also, means not to be done those things like Lavanam, Sasarpam, Chamlushnam, means salt, this is rye, and Amlat means acidic and hot cheese, then dried eating, and Tikshnakam means what to say about the Tikshnakam, means like mirch or those items. अतीव भोजनम त्याज्यम स्त्री संगमनम एव च अग्नि सेवा तु संत्याज्य धूर्त गोष्ठिष्ट संत्यजेत. So these are the things have been advised once the person is tending towards the Nāḍīśodhana and prana sangrodh or prana dharanam. This is also needs to be kept mind ki where and also the mitaharam is also advised here, even in Hatyo Pradipika also and Hiranda Samhita. As you see, Ghratam, Kshiram, Mishthanam, Mitaharam, Mitaharascha Sashyate. So these are all there, and they are the Purokta Kale Kurvit Pavanabhyasam Evacha Tata Param Yatheshtam to Shakti Syad Vayudharane. Unless you do all these things, you won't have the power to hold the Vayu. This also have been told here. So with this यथेष्टम धारणात् वायु सिद्धेत केवल कुंभकम, केवल कुंभ के सिद्धे रेचक पूरक विवर्जिते न तस्य दुर्लभम किंचित त्रिषु लोकेषु विद्यते. And what are the its prasvedo jayate, means these are the what to say, means how a yogi or abhyasi will start in its pathway while practicing the prana sangrodh or pranayama, holding the prana by the prescribed period of holding it with the matra under the guidance of able guru, Prasved means perspiration. Then what he has to do by this perspiration? Kampu bhavet in 70th varshe dehasya asanasthasya dehina tato adhidharatya abhyasir durduri jayate dhubam. So these have been discussed there. And one more text I will like to take, which is open here, perhaps this Shiva Sharodaya. And this Shiva Sharodaya is also interesting Yogic text in Sanskrit, as you see. The Lord Shiva is explicating this swara and their Nadi Bhedam, as you see, the highlighted one. And the various, as you see, the Swarhinasya Daivagyo Nathinam Yathagraham. Without the knowledge of this swara, as you see, without the knowledge of swara is Nathinam Yathagram. Like in the board, like in the house, there is no Malik of that house. No means that house doesn't belong to anyone. So the knowledge of that swara is so important here. As you see, the Nadi Bhedam Tatha Prana Tattva Bhedam Tathaivacha Shushumna Mishra Bhedam Chayo Janati Samuktika. So those who are knowing this Swara, Nadi, Prana Tattva and Sushumna Adi, they are equivalent to, they are knowing what is the Muktiga, means Mukti Gaman Marg. So here this Swar Shiva Sharodaya text is an important text in a sense that it talks about the left our swar and right swar. Here it has been discussed that Ida Nadi is very auspicious, and Pingala Nadi auspicious in a sense that it is leading towards the path of the, or supporting the path of the yoga. And so I will talk about any question is there, then I will talk about the what are the and lastly, there are several texts I have opened. Perhaps there is no time because we are going to complete like Gorakshatak, then Trisikha Brahmano Dhyan Bindu, Siddha Siddhant Paddhati, and Shiva Samhita. As you see in Gorakshatak, there are the nadis. Teshu Nadi Sahasreshu Dvashaptati Udharita. So these are continuously, they are talking about these all bold that can be seen. And these are the interpretation or Vyakhya or commentary on the Gorakshatak. As their names of these Nadi, 10 Nadi, like we have seen Pusha, Ishashwini, Alambusa, Kuhu, Shankini, Hasti, Jiva, Gandhari, Shushumna, Ida, Pingala. So all these 10, their names have been discussed, and where they are lying, their location in the body also have been discussed. As we see that Ita Nadi Tremula Dhara Gatvanya Kurasya Samudra. Anyway, those who are interested in reading directly from the Sanskrit, they will find it interesting. And of course, this is the Trishikhi Brahmana Upanishad, and at several places, Nadi Shuddhi Purvak Pranayam Vidhi, they are discussing how to perform the Nadi Shuddhi. And Dehamanam Swanguli Bhi Shanvat Angulyayatam. This had been discussed in first of the lecture, where is the means the place of Kanda and the Prana, and all these have been discussed. Here we see the Kandisthanam. So I need not to repeat, and with two more for a period of a minute, I will finish my presentation. This Shiva Siddhanta Paddhati. And the Shiva Siddhanta Paddhati also a large text discussing have been discussed. Here we see the Kandisthanam. So I need not to repeat, and with two more for a period of a minute, I will finish my presentation. This Shiva Siddhanta Paddhati. And the Shiva Siddhanta Paddhati also a large text discussing. Pooja ji, please. So here also we see the description of Nadi, this Chakra, Talu Chakram, Shashtam, and they are there, Bhu Chakram, Saptamam, Madhyam, Gyan, Dipidipha. So all these Navamakashakram, these have been discussed, and there is no time. In fact, such a last topic is this, and last is the Siva Samhita. So here also all Lila, Pingala, Sushumna, these Nadi have been discussed, and more or less they are there, but their number has been here 350,000. These have been there, and with this I will end my presentation perhaps, and will come back to you, because I should not encroach the time which is provided.
Sir, thank you, sir. We are really happy that you completed the whole slot. I mean, given your condition, but really appreciate your sincere efforts and really appreciate your participation. So, if there are any questions, we can take from the audience.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yes, please say.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for wonderful lecture. Just want to ask you, like, myself being in therapy setup, like, anything literature says about therapeutic aspects of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, like, because generally in therapy, like Kumbhaka will be an issue, the ratio that you are doing, like how much to inhale and exhale, anything on that, and especially in therapy, like suppose anxiety and we take off depressive disorders like that. And second thing, like you mentioned of Swarodhya, where it's mentioned like Ida and Pingala are related to like Soumya and one thing is like, so how we like operationalize in the therapeutic setup? Anything on that?
Well, ultimately, the purpose is not for all of us to go for a state of samadhi, therapy only. And yoga is the field, before giving your complete answer, yoga is the field where really we are preventive way. Means, of course, we each of us might have come across certain kind of physical problem, and therefore we are looking as a pathway to yoga, and therefore this is the attraction towards the yoga which is gradually increasing, because we are going more on the materiality, means leaving the body and going to the matter. Means our all consciousness all the time is involved in the material thing, and that we understand. So therapeutic aspects becomes more prominent, and your question, and like that everybody looks towards the yoga for such a thing. And Shiva Sarodha, of course, very attractive and discussing varieties of ways. But mainly the thing is that in the yoga, as always, it started with the guru only. So those who have realized, means several traits are there, several characteristics or several lakshan of a person. Means once the person will realize or have descended into the yoga, gradually he will start understanding the people's problems also, where they are lacking. So when I have said this thing, then I have said this thing ki as much as you or we know to get ourselves cure or get ourselves therapeutic aspect, as much as we have gone deeper into the yoga, as well as we have come across the badha of yoga or leaving the yoga and doing more materialistic thing, and then coming back to yoga and finding the cure for that. I am giving one example from my personal experience also, or few examples, like the problem of diabetes, problem of heart, they are more or less related with sleep disorders, digestive problems also, and proper not getting the rest also. This Chandranadi and Suryanadi, and long back, means mind is unrestful, and the entire means we have the very generalized word stress. When we come into the yoga, what I have given example of Deepavali, हमारे कुछ कमरे में दीपक रोशनी नहीं रही, वो अलक्ष्य हो गए. लक्ष्मी कहीं और तो मिली, मगर यहाँ जो है प्रॉब्लम कहीं और जनरेट हो गया और उस लक्ष्मी से अब इसका जो है समाधान कर रहे हैं जो मिला। I mean to say कि we have ignored some body parts, some of our functioning, and we have acquired certain kind of other wealth, and now we are using that wealth to cure our that system. So we need to have a proper balance, and we usually, in generally, everybody is अपने शरीर और दमखम को लगाकर कुछ और प्राप्त कर लेना चाह रहा है, क्योंकि समाज में इतना कंपटीशन है, इतनी आपाधापी है जीवन जीने के लिए, सोर्सों को, रिसोर्सेस को कलेक्ट करने के लिए, तो स्वास्थ्य की च्युति और हानि तो होनी ही होनी है। दैट वे मीन्स इन माई जनरलाइज्ड way of exposing what the yogic text has been referring to. They are referring to in Shiv Sarodaya, like imbalances leads to various kinds of ailments. Perhaps not exactly right now I can give you, because this platform pe bolna must be with clear examples of that ailments, and I have collected those things also. And maybe in future sometimes we may exactly talking on to them, but लेकिन स्वर यदि वाम स्वर दक्षिण स्वर, यदि दक्षिण स्वर ज्यादा चल रहा है और चलता भी है, तो ये जो सिर के दर्द की समस्या को ये आगे चल के पैदा कर देगा, एक आंख की समस्या को ये वंस राइट आई की प्रॉब्लम को पैदा कर देगा, ऐसे ही लेफ्ट बहुत ज्यादा चलता है तो लेफ्ट आई की प्रॉब्लम को पैदा करेगा, और जो निद्रा प्रॉपर रात में नहीं आएगी, फिर उससे बहुत सारी समस्याएं साथ साथ आती चली जाएंगी, लाइक दैट। और ये तुरंत पता नहीं चलेगा, ये तो व्यक्ति का नॉर्मल लाइफ चलता रहेगा, धीरे 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 जैसे मतलब जैसे गंदगी कमरे में इकट्ठी हो जाती है, पता नहीं चलता है, जिस जगह हम जाते हैं वो जगह साफ रहती है, तो जितना हम बॉडी का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं उतना तो ठीक ठाक चलेगा, बाकी जगह खराब होते चले जाएंगे। सो a very generalized way I am telling, and perhaps that can satisfy you, or this is a larger discussion.
हरिओम सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था।
प्लीज।
ओके, अभी परमिशन भी आया था, मैंने एक सेकंड मैं कोशिश करता हूँ सर।
कोई बात नहीं, आप क्वेश्चन बोल दीजिए।
एक सेकंड सर, मैं एक ट्रायल। ओके, हरिओम सर। मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि जब हम हठ प्रदीपिका में जैसे देखते हैं कि हमको 80 कुंभक करने हैं, और वहां पे रेशियो की कोई चर्चा नहीं मिलती है हठ प्रदीपिका में, वो 1:4:2 है या कुछ और है, और कहते हैं हमको एक दिन में 4 बार करना है, तो हम उसको 80 तक कैसे पहुंचाएंगे? क्या वो 20-20-20 की बात की जा रही है, या 20-80-40 की बात की जा रही है चारों बार? और यदि हम कहते हैं कि अगर हम 20-20-20 कुंभक करेंगे, तो हर बार जब हम एक ही तरह से करेंगे तो 3 अवस्था कैसे आ सकती है, जिसपे प्रारंभ में स्वेद होगा, फिर कंपन होगा, और अंत में प्राण सुषुम्ना में जाएगा? तो जो 80 कुंभक की बात की जाती है, वो कैसे 80 कुंभक करने हैं हमें एक दिन में?
देखिए, मैं स्वीकार कर लेता हूँ कि मैं इतनी दूर तक गया हुआ गुरु नहीं हूँ कि मैं इसमें आपको वास्तव में अपने अनुभव का परामर्श दे पाऊं, पहली बात। और लेकिन दूसरी बात मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, जो आपका प्रश्न का कुछ हद तक उत्तर होगा, वो ये होगा कि साधना के लिए एक तो एकांत जगह की बात की गई है, आहार की बात की गई है, जब तक वो सब मैंने भी बताया है, वहां पर घी की बात की गई है, दूध की बात की गई है, नमक को, बाकी पांचों रसों जो षड रस हैं 5 को छोड़ देने की बात की गई है। केवल उसमें जो मतलब जब आप उस पर आ जाएंगे दूध पर, इतना मैं जरूर अपने अनुभव से कह सकता हूँ कि बॉडी में ऐसा एब्जॉर्ब होता है, वो जैसे कि स्पंज में पानी नहीं एब्जॉर्ब होता है, ऐसा एनर्जी एब्जॉर्ब होती है मिल्क की बॉडी में, वो मैं अपने अनुभव से कह सकता हूँ। और वो बहुत एक एनर्जेटिक स्टेट होती है, उसमें सारा मतलब हाईएस्ट काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी बॉडी में होता है। कुंभक करके कैसे बढ़ाना है। और क्योंकि अब देखिए घर द्वार में हम लोग रह रहे हैं, कहीं वी आर नॉट लिविंग काइंड ऑफ, हम सॉलिट्यूड जगह पर नहीं है। एक छोटा सा होने वाला शोर भी, नाद भी जो है ना, वो बड़ा डिस्टर्बिंग फील होता है। जैसे जैसे कॉन्शियसनेस बहुत बढ़ जाएगी, जैसे आप अपने सिर पर वजन बढ़ाते जाएं और आपको फिर मतलब जैसे रस्सी पर चल रहे हैं तो फिर आपको अपने बैलेंस पे ही ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा ना। बाकी चीजों को आप जैसे ही देखेंगे उस रस्सी पे चलते हुए तो आप गिर जाएंगे नीचे। साधना इन सब चीजों की अपेक्षा रखती है, ये मेरा वैयक्तिक केवल सुझाव है। जब वो होगा तो फिर आगे की स्थिति अपने आप होगी। क्वेश्चन आपका टेक्निकल है और शायद जिन्होंने इस स्थिति को प्राप्त किया है वो इसका उपयुक्त जवाब दे पाए।
So, if I may add to
हाँ, sure.
the answer, the question by Madhuranjan.
Sure.
So, you asked in Hate Pradipika, it is mentioned up to 80 and 4 times. Actually, it is not like that. If you carefully read the Jyotsna commentary, it is telling 4 times, that is 4 kalas, and every time up to 80 you can go. It's not 80 in 4 times. It's every time up to 80 you can go. That is cleared in the Jyotsna commentary. That is why it is said you have to do Shanai Shanai Riti. Shanai, not immediately, gradually. Up to 80 you can go. Now, as sir has already mentioned, unless you walk that path, unless you have done something, that answer cannot be given. Ki how by doing the same thing, we will have 3 types of effects. We will become different types of adhikari. Only practice can tell you. Okay, but the beauty of pranayama is, as our next speaker, Mr. Rama Arya, will show you through the text, that even a little practice gives you positive effect. And what to talk about a lot. Even those two paradigms are there in the texts. What a little will do to you, what a lot will do to you. And both are very positive effects. And that is also clearly articulated in the text. So hold on for that slide to come. Thank you. Yeah, are there any more questions for Professor Dubey? So I think sir has wonderfully shown us various original texts where we can look up for further details, and that is a very good addition to what we were expecting from sir. Of course, the profound knowledge he has and the kind of vast experience, an erudite person like Professor Dubey, we are really happy to know about this new aspect, this new information. There's a vast sea of knowledge in this yogic text, and as sir said, that not only yoga texts but other traditions also carry a lot of vast information, and very few texts, such texts, are even known to us. So this was a very good occasion to hear to some of those names from sir. So thank you, sir. And we would like to, with your permission, we would like to move to the next speaker. But sir, we will request you to, if possible, if your condition permits, to again join at around 3:45, because there are many unanswered questions. And as the session ends, I think people's understanding will also graduate and they will come up with questions. And we may also ask some reference and some information from you. So if possible, you may please again come back at around 3:45, sir.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is Mr. Rama Arya. He's a PhD scholar in the Department of Yoga at RKMVERI. So he will be talking about the various methods, the practical aspects, and the various benefits, both from the side of the text as well as from evidence. So I request Mr. Arya to start his presentation.
Thank you, Maharaj, and namaste to all. So I will be speaking on various methods of Nāḍīśodhana and their benefits in today's webinar, that is on Nāḍīśodhana in the light of ancient yogic wisdom and modern understanding. So I am Rama Arya, a research scholar of Department of Sports Science and Yoga, Ramakrsihna Missin, Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Belur Math. So in today's topic, I will be introducing what is pranayama according to ancient text. What are their types? Is there some difference from Nāḍīśodhana pranayama? So actually, what is their benefits? What are the types or the classifications by which we can get the Nadi purification? And some benefits from ancient text as well as some benefits from evidence-based. So if we focus on Patanjali Yoga Sutra, it clearly directs the definition of pranayama. So if we break the word pranayama into two, so it will be prana plus ayama. So prana is generally the life force, and ayama is to extend, to elaborate, to make it longer, to make it more subtle and long, to make it more effective one. So Patanjali says that tasmin sati swasa praswas yor gati vichedah pranayama. So first condition he is telling that tasmin sati. So after having mastery over that, over what? Over the previous step, that is the asana. So this is the important prerequisite according to Patanjali to perform the pranayamic activity. Then the gatir vicheda of swasa and praswasa. So gatir viched is actually can be translated into cessation of breath, that is swasa, that is inhalation and exhalation, as well as we can have to focus on the awareness of the breathing activity. Now, these gatir vicheda means cessation of inhalation and exhalation can be achieved by 4 types according to Maharishi Patanjali, and these 4 types are classified into 2 types according to some modern scholars like Sahita Kumbhaka and Kevala Kumbhaka. These are some modern counterparts. So Vyasa's commentary explains these 3 types of pranayama as first one is Bahya, second one is Abhyantara, then third one is the Stambhavrati. Vyasa says that yatra prasvasa purvako gati abhava sabhaya. So he is saying that the state whose previous state is the prasvasa. So it directly means that the state of gati abhava means the cessation of breath after prasvasa. So it is actually outer retention, outer holding of the breath. So this is the Bahya one according to Maharishi Patanjali. The second one is Abhyantara. So Abhyantara is the gati abhava, cessation of breath state, whose previous stage is praswas. So actually it is the next step of swasa. So after having inhalation, we are holding the breath inside, that is known as Abhyantara according to Maharishi Patanjali. Third one is Stambhavrati. So it is actually yatra ubhaya abhava sakrit pratnat bhavati. So here there is ubhaya abhava. So ubhaya abhava means absence of both Bahya and Abhyantara. So here there is no Bahya as well as no Abhyantara. So this absence of both, which is known as Ubhaya Bhava, how it will happen? It will happen by Sakrita Pratnata. So if we translate it into as it is English, it will happen that it happens suddenly. It happens effortlessly. Then the fourth one is Bahaya Abhyantar Vikshaya Chepi Chaturtaha. So here the focus is on the subjects, focus is on the awareness. So Maharishi Vyasa says that where the state of Bhumi Jaya, we counter the Bhumis of Chitta, like we progressively go in higher Bhumis like Ekagra and Niruddha. So that state can be achieved by that Chaturtha Pranayama. And according to Swami Vivekananda's interpretation, he says that the fourth one, which is Bahya Abhyantar Vishya Shepi Chaturtha, this can be brought about by long practice, attained with reflection, which is absent in other these 3. So long practice is also mentioned in Vyasa's explanation. He says that Bahu Prayatna Nirvartaniya. So when we practice for a long, so that state, whatever state we achieve, that is known as Bahya Abhyantar Viksha Chepi. But here there is awareness or concentration on the subject, on the practice is must. Now, one question which is very important, that how Ubhaya Bhav is possible, which is required for the third one. So it is already answered by Maharishi Vyasa, that it will be happen by Sakrit Pretanat. With the practice, it will happen at a sudden. For example, suppose in a room we want a fresh air. So what we can do, we can open our windows, but by just opening the windows, the air will not come. It may come or it may not come. But if we are not opening the windows, then surely the air will not come. So what we can do, we can we can keep all the windows open. Whenever there will be fresh air in the atmosphere, we will receive that. So here we have to keep practicing, and after some time or at some stage, the Ubhayava will happen suddenly. It will happen by instance. Like the analogy is given that yatha tapte nyastaram upale jalam sarvatah sankocham apadyate. So it will happen like if we drop some water on a hot pan. So all water drops will start squeezing from all the sides, and after some time, suddenly all these water drops will disappear. So like that, if we keep practicing the breathing activity, after some time, the Ubhayama will happen suddenly. And so here importance is given on the practice. So according to Maharishi Patanjali, what is good practice? So if we have to do practice, then we should keep this definition in our mind, that satu dirghakala nirantarya satkara sevito dradha bhumi. So when our practice will be dradha bhumi, means when our practice will be rigid, perfect or effective, for that we have to do it for dirghakal, for long time, nirantre, without stopping, without breaking, and with satkara sevito, with faith, with shraddha. So that is what the manyata, belief, as our professor Kashinaji was talking. So here the role of belief is very important. Then if we do abhyasa with dirghakala, nirantar and satkara, then certainly it will be dirgha and suksham depending on desha, kala and sankhya. Even we are doing practice daily for long, but we are not doing enough number of episodes, enough number of sankhya, and we are not focusing on desha. Desha means the place of the body. So awareness on specific places of the body is also required, including desha, the kala, so for how much time we are doing, and sankhya, so how many episodes, how many numbers of breathing activity we are doing. On the basis of that, the pranayama will become dirgha sukshma, means long and subtle, means very effective one. Now, as we have seen that many recent scholars correlate this inner holding or suggestion of breath, or even the outer holding, with kumbhaka. So we find this term kumbhaka in many Hatha Yogic texts, and especially Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Ghiran Samhita, everywhere is there. So word kumbhaka is derived from kumbha and ka. So kumbha is known as pot or ghada, like we all know. Then ka is used as a normalizer of the root word. Then kumbhak will be the act or state of holding or containing or retaining something. So if we take ghada, we know that the ghada, which is holding water inside it, the ghada is having the symbolizing the fullness. Then even if we are not applying any external stimulus, then it is unchanging by itself. It will not change, and it is protecting the air, so protecting the water from the atmosphere outside as well. So this can be metaphorically represented to the lungs, which is holding something within it. So lungs are holding air. So holding air in lungs can be known as the kumbhaka. So we can say that kumbhaka is when we hold our prana within lungs, or even within without outside of the lungs, is known kumbhaka. In modern connection, we can connect it to modern term, that is intermittent hypoxia hypercapnic training. So what happens when we inhold or outhold breath? Actually, after full inhalation and full and deep inhalation, the oxygen will be very much high in our lungs comparative to the natural breath. But after some time, if we keep it holding, then the oxygen will be starting decreasing. So there will be the state of hypoxia. Hypoxia means low level of oxygen, and there will be increment of CO2. So it will be known as hypercapnic. So continuously we are providing the episodes of hypoxia and hypercapnic status into our lungs. So after some time, over the time, what will happen? So we will be get adapted. So adaptation will be there. Then what will happen? Suppose we are adapted, or we can survive in a state where there is O2 is low and CO2 is very high. Then in case if we are getting normal amount of CO2, so normal amount of O2 and normal amount of CO2 also, then we will be having more benefit than that of we are having without doing any practice of pranayama. So it also depends on number of cycles, number of episodes, and number of days, as it was mentioned by Maharishi Patanjali, that Desha, Kala, and Sankhya. Now, among all these, the question arises that where does the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama stands? Because pranayama is only characterized or classified into 4 types. There is no Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. So when we see some Hatha Yogic text like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Ghiran Samhita, Shiva Samhita as well, so we can find that in Hatha Yoga Pradipika it is written that Malakulasu Nadishu Maruto Nevo Madhyakah. So as Professor Dubey also talked about it. So here we can say that the nadis which is having mala, how the air can flow into the madhyaka, the sushumna. So it cannot flow into sushumna. So our objective is to make the prana to move into sushumna. So when there is mala are residing in the nadis, then it will not possible. Then again, katham syat unmani bhava. Even the unmani bhava will not happen. Karyam siddhi, or even objective will not fulfill. Katham bhave. So suddham iti yada sarvam nadi chakram malakulam tadeva jayate yogi pran sangrame sama. So even only when then there will be no mala in the nadis will be get purified, then we will have control over our prana. Similar kind of description we find in Ghiran Samhita and Shiva Samhita. There they write that one should first purify the nadis and then do proper practice of pranayama. Without nadi suddhi, yogi cannot accomplish in pranayama. Shiva Samhita says that malakulasu nadisu vayuhu sancharitu nahi. So we should not flow the prana into the nadis which are having fullness of mala. Then kutah pranayam siddhi tattva jnanam katham bhavet. So pranayam siddhi will not happen, even tattva jnana will not happen if nadis are having fullness of mala. Again, focusing on some Ayurvedic text, Charak Samhita says that when prana flows properly in the channels and does not deviate from its designated path, only then one can become free from all the diseases and can live for long or for 100 years, like Sa Adhikam Jivet Vita Roga Shama Chatam. And when we focus on Patanjali Yoga Sutra, it also says that Tasmina Sati. So we can do practice of pranayama only after we have the mastery over asana. So when we will be having mastery over asana, what will happen? Tato dvandan anabhikat. We will be having no disturbance from dualities. Dualities like sukha, dukha, hot and cold, good or bad, like that. So this capacity will be developing only in case of we are having purification of the body as well as anabhikat. We will be having no disturbance from dualities. Dualities like sukha, dukha, hot and cold, good or bad, like that. So this capacity will be developing only in case of we are having purification of the body as well as our mind and atma also. So here, according to Patanjali also, the purification is required, is must before doing the real pranayama. So that's why we can say that Nāḍīśodhana pranayama or other activities which can lead to Nadi Shuddhi is required before indulging in real pranayamic activity. Now we should focus on what is mala, because as in previous slide we have seen that when there is a mala in the nadis, the prana will not flow properly or as required. So mala is that which contaminates, that which is not required, that which pollutes the purity, and that which pollutes the our whole body. So according to some Yogic text, it is the obstacle to the movement of prana in the nadi. Why prana will not move in the susumna, it is the reason behind that. And it can be classified into three types, like physical, pranic, and psychological. So physical, like toxins and waste, that which is at gross level impurities that accumulates in the body, system, and tissue. And pranic level, this is the reason of imbalance in the energy level, preventing the smooth flow of vital force and through subtle channels. At psychological level, it is the mental afflictions such as attachment, aversion, and delusion that clouds our consciousness, like raga, dvesha, moha, then krodha, all these things. Now, if we look into Nāḍīśodhana across many traditions like Vedanta, Yoga, Tantra, and Ayurveda, so we find that everywhere there is a mention of Nāḍīśodhana, but in different words and also different objective. So in Vedanta, it is the cleansing practice of mind's channel for jnana. So here objective is jnana, knowledge, not some control or prana or any other things or siddhis like that. Here the objective is jnana according to Vedanta. So, and yoga, it focuses on the regulation of prana. So according to yoga, it is the cleansing practice of nadi which regulates the prana. And tantra, it is also the awakening of the kundalini is the objective. So it is the cleansing of chakras, because the chakras are the junction, as Mr. Parker has told. It is the junctions where there is the highest level of energy is crossed, and cross-sectional pathways are there. So it is the cleansing practice of chakras to make the kundalini awake. And Ayurveda, it focuses on the clinical level more. It says that it is the cleansing practice of the body to balance the tridosha, vata, pitta, and kapha. So conclusion is that everywhere there is the requirement of nadi shuddhi, but in different word and different objective. Now we will focus on different type of different method of Nāḍīśodhana. These are classified into two. First are based on Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. There are many variant of this also, and others are which does not include Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. So first one, which includes no kumbhaka. This we find in Javala Upanishad. It says that Idaya pranam akrashaya, we should inhale from the left nostril, puritva udare sthitam. So we should fill by inhaling from the left nostril the abdomen. Then we have to visualize or contemplate on the Agni Bija with Mindu and Nada with bodily fire, and then we have to exhale from the right nostril. Paschata virejayet samyak pranam pingalaya buddha. So it is only inhaling from left nostril and exhaling through the right nostril. Without retaining breath inside or outside, there is no kumbhaka. So we can say that it is yatha sakti, but without any kumbhaka. Yatha sakti means as low as you can feel, which is not crossing your personal capacity. Second one is also yatha sakti, but it does include kumbhaka. So it is widely mentioned in Hatha Yogic text, including Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Sandilya Upanishad, Yoga Chudamani, Gorakh Shatakam, Shiva Samhita, Yoga Tattva Upanishad, etc. So it says that we have to sit in Padmasana, Baddha Padmasana, yogi pranam chandrena puriyet. Yogi should inhale from the left nostril sitting in Baddha Padmasana. Dharitva yatha sakti, holding inside as the capacity allows. Bhuya surya rechiyet. One should exhale from the right nostril and then inhale from the right nostril and exhale from the after holding inside, exhale from the left nostril, and so on. So here there is inhalation and exhalation should be slow, and the holding breath inside only, because after inhalation holding can be done only inside. So holding will be yatha sakti yatha sukum, as per the capacity allows, individual capacity allows. So it is holding inside. Then there is again inhale, hold inside and exhale, but within a ratio. So we find this one in Ghiran Samhita. So it says that after sitting in or having seated in Yogi Padmasana and focusing on Vayu Bija, one should inhale from the left nostril, Chandren Puriyet Vayu, Bija Sodake Sudhi. So here there is a matra, Bija Sodake. So up to 16 matra. Here the some number of matra is given. Then after inhalation, Chatushtaya Matraya cha Kumbhakaneva Dharya. We have to, or yogi should inhold the breath through Kumbhaka up to 64 matra. Then Dvatrins Matraya Vayu Surya Nadya cha Rechiye. So one should exhale the breath through the right nostril in or within 32 matra. So if we take focus on this matra, it is Purak 16, Kumbhak 64, then Rechak, exhale, that is 32. So if you convert it into ratio, it comes 1:4:2 and 0, because there is no Bahir Kumbhaka, outer holding. So if suppose we are inhaling in 4 seconds, then we have to hold breath inside for 16 seconds and exhale within 8 seconds. Now let's understand what is matra, because the word matra was used in previous slide by Ghiran Samhita's method. So it is actually the ancient measure of time used to maintain the ratio while doing activity, because the ratio is maintained mentioned text, but ancient time there was no method to counter the time as in modern times we have. So at that time it was measured by time taken for an eye to blink, or time to pronounce a short vowel like oo, is something, any word. Then time to touch the knee thrice after clapping, one clap and touching the knee 3 times. Then one complete breath or normal breath is also one matra. Then time taken to pronounce the sacred syllable like Om. So what this does also do, it increases our mental concentration, because suppose I am doing any kind of pranayama with ratio and mentally counting like Om, so it will bring my awareness to my body only. My mind will not that wander. Next one is by Swami Vivekananda. So this is very unique one, because it is including 3 steps. Actually 4 steps are there. So he is saying that here also the uniqueness is that one should progress in a graded manner. So he is guiding that. So I was talking about the ratio which is mentioned by Swami Vivekananda. Actually he is mentioning 3 steps. First one, there is no ratio, and then second step there is ratio of 1:4:2:0, because there is no Bahir Kumbhaka, only Antar Kumbhaka is there. Then the last step is having 1:0:2:4, except Antar Kumbhaka. In last stage there is Bahir Kumbhaka. So when the person gets the mastery over both Antar Kumbhaka and Bahir Kumbhaka, he should apply both these Kumbhaka in a simultaneous way. So how he has to do? He has to do for 1:2:4:2:4. So suppose he is taking 4 seconds while inhalation, he has to hold the breath inside for 16 seconds, then exhale the breath in 8 seconds, then hold outside the breath for 16 seconds. Next is the ratio of 1:4:2:2. And this is actually quite similar to last step of Swami Vivekananda's method. But here the ratio is slightly different. It is 1:4:2:2 only, where it was 1:4:2:4 in Swamiji's method. He is saying that if you are inhaling from left side within 5 seconds, then you should hold the breath inside for 20 seconds, then exhale the breath within 10 seconds and out hold the breath for 10 seconds. So it become 1:4:2:2. Now this is mentioned in Asana, Pranayama, Mudra and Bandha by Swami Satyananda Saraswati. This is the last ratio, which is very unique one and mentioned in Yoga Chudamani Upanishad. It says that you have to inhale breath within 12 matra. पूरकः द्वादशं कुर्यात् कुंभक षोडश भवेत्, and hold the breath inside for 16 matra. Then rechakam dasha, so you have to exhale within 10 matra. So if we convert this into ratio, it becomes 6:8:5:0, because there is no bahirkumbhaka in this also. And he also directs that after some time, if you feel that you have developed mastery over some seconds, like suppose you are inhaling in 6 seconds, then you have to do antarkumbhak for 8 seconds, then exhale within 5 seconds. So after some time you feel that you have developed the mastery, then you have to multiply this ratio by 2 to become eligible for madhyama level. So it will be like 24 matra, 32 matra and 20 matra. And again after some time, for superior level of yogi, it will be 36:48:30. So suppose if you are you can go to superior level, then you have to inhale for 18 seconds, then you have to hold the breath inside for 24 seconds, then exhale in 15 seconds. This will be your ratio. Now most of the Hatha Yogic text, especially common Hatha Yogic text, they do not include Anta Kumbhaka, but some texts like Gorakh Shataka, some Shiv-tantric texts like Nishwas Tattva Samhita, Nishwas Mukha, Nishwas Nyaya Sutra, they add the fourth step, which is called their Prashanta, quiescent breath. So, and also Kurma Purana uses Sunyaka for Bhaya Kumbhak. So we can say that pranayamic breathing activity actually has 4 steps, that is Puraka, Antarkumbhaka, Rechaka and Bahirkumbhaka: inhalation, inner holding, exhalation and outer holding of the breath. Now these are the snapshot already I have talked. So according to Jabala Upanishad, there is no hold and slow inhalation and exhalation is there. According to Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Gorakh Shatkam, Shiv Samhita and Yoga Tattva Upanishad, Antakumbhaka is there but slowly and Yathashakti. Then Hiran Samhita and Yoga Tattva Upanishad, it mentions ratio of 1:4:2, and similar method is mentioned in Trishikhi Brahmana Upanishad, but little difference is there, that it should start from Rechaka. Except this Upanishad, everyone mentioned that we should start from Puraka, but this Upanishad is saying that first we have to exhale the breath, then we have to start and maintain ratio of 1:4:2. And Yoga Chudamani is mentioning 6:8:5:0 ratio. And Raj Yoga, there is 2 type of ratio. And if we merge, it will be 1:4:2:4. Then again 1:4:2:2 by Swami Satyananda Saraswati in his book Asana, Pranayama, Mudra and Bandha. Now we will move the other techniques which also can purify the nadis. Now the question can arise that why we, when we are having so much of ratios of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, then why we should need other techniques as well? Even why we need these various type of ratios? I will ask this question to you. If anyone can respond, I will be happy. So other techniques include Siddhasana. According to Hatha Yoga Pradipika, it says that Shatur Shiti Pitheshu Siddham Eva Sada Apisit. One should do daily practice of Siddhasana. Dva Saptiti Sestranam Narinam Malasodram. It will result in the purification of 72,000 of nadis. Then another method is Akarshana Dhanurasana, which is mentioned by Sri M.L. Gharote in his article, which was published in Yog Mimamsa in 1967. He writes that by practice of Akarshana Dhanurasana, mentioned in Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the nadis of the yogi get cleansed. Actually, the version we are having of Hatha Yoga Pradipika does not include Akarshana Dhanurasana, rather it includes Dhanurasana only. But he mentions that according to Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the Akarshana Dhanurasana can lead to purification of the nadis. Third one is mudra combined with pranayama, especially the names are not written, but I think many of mudra can be there. So it says that abhyasena nadika suddhi mudradi pavan kriya. So by the practice of mudra and pranayama, pavan kriya, etc., nadi suddhi can be there. Nadi nam suddhim bhavati. Then mudra adi yasya surya bhedade. Mudra like surya bhedad adi tadrasham pavanasche pranavayu kriyam pranayam rupa sa apesat. One should always practice the practice of pranayama with mudra, so it will lead into the purification of nadis. Then the another method in Sandila Upanishad we find, it says that Sukhasana stho, so we sitting in Sukhasana, Dakshanadya Bahista Pavanam, we have to inhale from the right nostril, then Kumbhyatva, we have to hold for some time, Savya Nadya Reche. So inhaling from right nostril, holding within for some time, and then exhaling from the left nostril. Actually, it is a similar method to Surya Bhedi Pranayama. So we can say that it also leads to the purification of nadis. So it is combination of Sukhasana plus Surya Bhedi Pranayama plus Antar Kumbhak. Next one is Shakti Sanchalana. According to Jyotsna commentary, it says that Kundalya Abhyasat Shakti Chalat Shakti Chalan Abhyasadate Vina Kutah Prakshalano Upaya. So how one can get purified without having practice of Kulani Abhyasana or Shakti Chalan. So Shakti Chalan Abhyasan eva Sarvasam Nadinam Malasodhanam Bhavati iti Abhipraya. So with the practice of Shakti Chalana, all the nadis will get purified. This is the meaning of this one. Next one is Kevala Kumbhaka. So Shiva Yoga Dipika says that we have to do practice of Kevala Kumbhaka Akhyo Yasa Jasram Vasho Bhavet. When we have mastery over Kevala Kumbhaka, Sada Bhavati Vikhyat. Yogi will get famous. Sa Eva Prana Sanyami. Also, he will have control over Prana. Then Pranayam Vidhana Yo Mat Strayampi Samacharet Tanu Laghuta Deepnata Nadir Suddhi Bhavati Bhavit. So if the yogi practice Keval Kumbh for 3 months, then there will be Tanu Laghuta, means the lightness of the body, illumination of the body, and Nadi Suddhi. Next one is some pranayama with in the combination of yama and niyama. Sandila Upanishad says, or actually it directs that one should do practice the pranayama after having mastery over yama and niyama, then there will be nadi suddhi. Last two are from Ghiran Samhita. It says that Kapal Randra Prayog also it is helpful to clean the nadis related in, or actually nadis which belong to cranial. It says that Vradha Angushthen Dakshena Mardiyet Bhal Randrakam Evam Abhyasa Yogena Kapha Dosha Nivariyet. So by the use of our thumb, we have to do massage on our forehead with this practice, it will get kapha dosha will be reduced. So nadi nirmalata yati divya drashti prajayate. Then what will happen? The nirmalata of nadi will happen, and we will have divine eyesight also. Last one is dhoti karma, which is known as nirmanu Nāḍīśodhana, because it is not including any bij mantra or breath work. The practice which includes breath work or bij mantra are known as samanu, and which does not include are known as nirmanu. So dhoti karma is also actually helpful to purify the whole the body, and it is actually the one of satkarma, which is very much required for pranayamic practice. If someone is having especially kapha dosha adhikya, it is having many subtypes like vatasara, varisara, vahinisara, bahiskrata, dantamula, jihvamula, karmarandhra, kapalarandhra, dandadhoti, vamanadhoti, and vatasara dhoti. So as a synopsis of all that, or we can summarize that there are some text which says that even a little practice can have a extraordinary result. For example, Trishikhi Brahmana Upanishad says that even performing Nāḍīśodhana pranayama with faith, here also the faith is required, for just one day can free the yogi from all type of sin. So whatever sin, papa you are having, even faith, actually he is trying to highlight the importance of Nāḍīśodhana or Nāḍīśodhana activities, including Nāḍīśodhana pranayama and other activities. So, and then there are many texts which summarize that 3 months of practice with up to 80 number of cycles in a sitting, and 4 sitting in a day can lead to more LBM, improved digestion, better skin tone, lung capacity, and even the toxins will get destroyed. Now we will talk about the more specific benefits which are mentioned in various texts. Actually, when we practice Nāḍīśodhana pranayama in a single sitting up to 80 cycles, up to 80 cycles means we have to move, or we have to achieve the capacity to perform 80 cycles, but slowly with the time. So we have to do 4 times in a day, and for 3 months, then we will have Nadi Suddhi, and there will be appearance of Nadi Suddhi. There will be symptoms of Nadi Suddhi. According to Shiva Samhita, Shandilya Upanishad, Yoga Tattva Upanishad, Shiva Samhita's other method, and Jabala Upanishad, they says that Tato Nadi Visuddhi Syat Vilamben Nischitam. Without delay, there will be Nadi Suddhi. Then Chinhani Yogino Dehe Pashyante Nadi Suddhita. There will be appearance of some symptoms which will assure that yes, Nadi Suddhi has achieved. Then according to Shiva Samhita, it will be helpful in removing the doshas like Tada Vidvansta Doshasya. It will destroy the dosha. Yoga Tattva Upanishad says that it will lead into Sarira Laghuta, Deeptir Charshagni Vivartham. It will have the body into our lightness, means decrease of kapha, not will be having excessiveness of kapha, and enlightenment of internal fire, especially digestive fire. According to Shiva Yoga Deepika, the same physical changes are mentioned there. And in Hatha Yoga Pradipika and Ghiran Samhita, there are 3 steps. So there are symptoms which will say that yes, you are in first step, or you are in second step, or you are in third step. So if with practice you are having sweatening, then it can be said that you are adhama, means you are at the beginning level. So at the beginning level, there will be sweatening of the body. And then in the intermediate level, so there will be stammering, vibration of the body, or especially in the Meru Danda. So especially in the spinal cord, there will be trembling like of feeling. Then when will you be in superior level, Uttama Bhumi, then there will be happen Bhumi Tyaga. So you will be developing the ability to lift your body in the air. So this much of high type of ability you can gain, but with practice. So anyone cannot say that yes, how this type of superficial capacity we can develop. Actually, nothing is impossible, but with the practice. Then, according to Yogi Agyavalkya, it says again that it will pradeep the anala, the inner digestive fire, and then there will be alpa mutra and alpa avasishta, like there will be reduced exertion. Then there will be manifestation of nada, according to Jabala and Sandilya Upanishad. There will be removal of all type of diseases according to Trishikhi Brahmana Upanishad. It says that Sarva Roga Vinur Mukto Jivet Yogi Gata Kalama. And especially the diseases which belong to abdomen, Kukshi Roga Vinas, will get destroyed. Then you will get freed from all type of dualities and laziness, like Sarva Dvanda Vinur Mukta. This is mentioned in Patanjali Yoga Sutra also, in the benefit of asana. Tato Dvandan Anabhigat. So the asana is prerequisite of pranayama according to Mercy Patanjali, and having the benefit of Tato Dvand Anabhigat. So freeness from dualities. And also here Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, which is prerequisite of pranayama according to many Hatha Yogic texts, also having the benefit of Sarva Dvanda Vinir Mukta. So we can correlate all these things. Now longevity, and then control of senses will develop, and cognitive excellence will be there. Patu Indriya, the sharpness of Indriya, Patu Mati, sharpness of your intellect, and Kala Traya Vidatmanas. You will have control over all these three Kala: Bhuta Kala, Vartmana Kala, and Bhavishya Kala. These are benefits mentioned in Trishikhi Brahmana Upanishad. And again, ekaha matram kurvana sarva pape pramuchyate. Even one practice with faith can destroy all the papa. Your vaka siddhi will be there. You can get the effect that whatever you will speak will be get true. So it will happen in Siksha Mantra. And so if we integrate all these benefits, we can say that Nāḍīśodhana will lead into the increment of Agni, inner fire, digestive fire. Then this will manage the prana flow of prana will be balanced, and then the manifestations of nada will be there, and again at last you will have some siddhis. Now there are some evidence-based benefits already told by Professor Kashinath ji. We can say that Nāḍīśodhana pranayama can increase parasympathetic activity. It improves heart rate variability. It reduces the bad or which is not good for us hormone type of things, and it reduces anxiety and depression. It enhances the emotional regulation. And as a cardiovascular benefits, it reduces BP, it lowers heart rate also, it improves baroreceptor sensitivity, and it improves lung functions, respiratory efficiency, and supports management of cardiopulmonary disorders. Again, it improves memory and cognition. It increases P300 aptitude, which is the cognitive processing marker. It removes sleep stress, which can disturb our sleep and improve sleep quality. It also helps to manage non-communicable diseases. It improves biochemical markers for health, and overall we can say that it increases quality of life. Now all these are good benefits, but if we do the practice with yukti, means proper practice can be result in many type of diseases, but if we do it improper way, then there are many contradictions. Like Hatha Yoga Pradipika mentions that yatha singho gajo vyagro bhavet vashe shane shane. So as the lion, elephant, and tiger, we control them slowly with technique, with skill. Like that, we have to practice the pranayama slowly. Otherwise, it will harm. Otherwise, it will hanti sadhakam. Then, if we don't do pranayama with yukti purvaka, then it will result in many type of diseases like hikka, Shwasa, Kasha, Sirha, Karanakshi Vedana. So it is like hiccup, asthma, kapha, and pain in head, ear, and eyes. So I think in first lecture, someone was asking that where is mentioned asthma. So actually, the text is mentioning swasa. All the problems which is related to swasa, which is related to lungs, will happen if you will not do pranayama in a proper manner. So what we have to do? We have to do inhalation, holding inside or outside, and exhaling the air wisely to get the siddhis. So this is all. And now we can conclude that not only by the Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, but by other various methods, we can achieve Nadi Suddhi or Nāḍīśodhana. The state of Nadi is where there is no impurities. Thank you. These are some references. This is, if you want to read this in detail, then you can read this paper, which is published recently in Journal of Science and Culture in Yoga, that is known as Yoga Mimamsa. So if you have any question, you can ask. I will be happy to respond that.
Namaskar.
Namaste.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I would like to ask one question that like benefits for getting the proper benefits. There is a recommendation of 80 cycles 4 times a day and regularly practiced for 3 months, right? So 80
Yes.
cycles, I think it will take about 1 hour or more. If you take long breath in, no. So 80 cycle 4 times a day means it will take more or less 4 hours a day, which is not possible in today's world, today's time. So we generally suggest 5 minutes to 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes like that. So I would like to know what's your suggestion in this regard? How much one should practice as a common people when you are suggesting to a common people?
Okay, so text says that one should try to achieve up to 80 cycle. Not 80 cycle is mandatory. So one can go up to 80 cycles 4 times a day for 3 months. So for 3 months, if you are doing 80 cycles 4 times a day, then there are many siddhis. But even if you are doing a little less, then time taken will be more. Or suppose you are having some kind of balance in your body, but it will be in 6 months or 1 year. But yes, no doubt there will be some benefits.
Acha. So what you suggest? How much you suggest to a person, a normally healthy person?
Yeah, start with less time, then slowly you can increase. That's my suggestion.
Acha.
Even you should start from 2 or 3 cycles. Then you increase the time of inhalation, exhalation, and holding, and also you keep increasing the number of cycles.
Acha. Okay. Thank you. Our cycle means from left nostril inhalation and end with left nostril exhalation,
One
right?
full
One
cycles
cycle.
means from left one, then holding and exhaling right side, then one inhalation from right, holding inside, then exhale from
Then
left
left.
nostril.
And that is
Complete
one
cycle.
cycle. And that is
Yes.
one cycle. And if you don't hold, if you do not do kumbhaka, then also it will take more than 1 hour. Might take more than 1 hour, a little less than 1 hour, according to the length of the breath. That's why I am asking. Okay.
Slowly
Thank
we
you.
have to decrease the number of breaths per minute. This is our target. So first you can introduce it without holding. Then later you introduce holding. Then you introduce what type of holding. This type of practice can be suggested.
Okay. Thank you.
Pranam Swamiji. I am asking a little question that during the pranayam, sometimes I feel sleepy. What is that?
Sorry?
During the pranayam.
Oh, sometimes you feel sleepy.
Sleepy.
Then what is the solution you are asking about?
No, I am not asking. Is it Really, I am feeling sleepy, or it is my mental condition?
Really, you are feeling sleepy because, as Patanjali mentions, that when you start some yogic abhyasa, then many type of obstacles will be there. So you have to try to overcome all there.
Okay.
Because of adhikya of tamasa or kapha, someone may get sleepy at initial stage.
Okay, thank you.
One thing can I add?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Actually, sleeping is just to, well, in the state of sleeping, our all nadis channels, naturally we are acquiring, and every night we are cleansing them. If you associate like this interpretation, then like doing lot of pranayama, when it exceeds, then you will start feeling sleepy, because the total body consciousness is there in a way. So generally people feel like that ज़्यादा प्राणायाम करेंगे नींद आना शुरू हो जाएगा, but when the body is cleansing means we are following a definite kind of आहार. जब दुग्धा आहार पे रहेंगे तो चेतना क्लियर रहेगी, फिर नहीं स्लीप आएगा.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, very nice presentation, first of all. Like you showed some practices initially, like which doesn't have a kumbhaka, I think, as per some text, simply like inhalation and exhalation. After that, you shown some practices where kumbhaka is there and various ratios. Like the results, the benefit that you mentioned, like these are related to all sort of practices, or particularly when people are doing kumbhaka, then you are having effects. Anything on that? Can you say, sir?
Particularly, it is the benefits of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. So actually, it is explicitly not mentioning that it is having kumbhaka or not. But first, we have to introduce kumbhaka slowly. This direction is there.
Yeah, because like all practices are Nāḍīśodhana only, like you mentioned, different in text they are mentioned. So when you are saying Nāḍīśodhana, like what should I take it as? Nāḍīśodhana without kumbhaka or with kumbhaka? Like when you are saying
Most of these superficial looking like benefits are from Trishika Brahmana Upanishad. So that method includes antar kumbhaka in the ratio of 1:4:2, but starting from the Rechaka only.
Okay.
Trishika Brahmana Upanishad mentions the ratio of 1:4:2, but difference is only that it starts from exhaling the breath.
Okay, and like also about the literature that you mentioned about the modern benefits. So in those studies, like they use like with kumbhaka, or it's just simple Nāḍīśodhana, like anything on that?
Most of the research, including does not include the Bahir Kumbhaka especially. Some few includes Antar Kumbhaka, but there is a huge research gap. There is no that much of research which is required.
Yeah, and you mentioned also like that before going to pranayama, that asana siddhi is very important, like tasmin shvati shvas prashvasyor gati vichcheda. But in some studies, we see like they will give directly, like suppose seeing the immediate effect or long-term effect, studied on pranayama. They're just giving pranayama to naive participant. So what is your view on that? Like, is it a pranayama or just to study that we are just studying? Like what's your take on that?
My view is that ideally we should have perfectness on asana, then the benefits will be more as mentioned in this text. But even without having a mastery, because some new people are doing, then at least there are some benefits will be there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if I may add my 2 cents to your questions. So your question was very good. You're asking, and that is also for knowledge of everyone, that whether kumbhaka should be part of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama, especially in this text that has been elaborated. Now, here is a doctrinal difference. See, the idea of pranayama in Patanjali is kumbhaka, is what is called kumbhaka in Hatha Yoga Pradipika. So the idea is this thing, cessation of breath. That means this gati of swasa and praswasa, that has to be suspended, right? That is the ultimate state. That is called pranayama, according to Patanjali. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, Sutra number 49 of second chapter. Tasmin sati swasa praswasayoho gati vichcheda pranayama. So this gati vichcheda is the goal, the aim, the state to be attained. Now, how that has to be attained? Can it happen suddenly? Can a person do immediately? So that means if we do a forcible breath holding, then that purpose is refuted because it is not a natural state. So that is why the Nāḍīśodhana is a way to attain to that state. That is why you see that Kumbhaka is either it is with or without Kumbhaka, but the idea is to vary the lengths of the inhalation and exhalation. So that is why the ratio comes. So the idea is to approach the state by modulating the inhalation and exhalation. That is why it is prefixed and suffixed with a different length of inhalation and exhalation with the breath holding. But Hatha Pradipika clearly says that in the beginning, do not do yatha shakti. Even that ratio is not mentioned because from person to person, according to its capability and physiological and psychophysiological state and capacity, it has to be approached gradually and that state has to be achieved. So whether Kumbhaka should be part of those Nāḍīśodhana pranayama to get the benefit or not is a rather secondary question. The primary objective is whether a practitioner can attain to that state naturally or gradually. According to that, the prescription is given. The second question that you ask is that whether asana has to be mastered literally before any practice of pranayama. The answer is both yes and no, depending on the objective. Because if your objective, as Professor Dubey has said, that is to attain that higher states of consciousness, that is the ultimate goal of any yogic practice, that is to elevate the consciousness from the ordinary to extraordinary, then that practice is required. And what is the objective asana? Asana is actually only to give stability and the sukha, sthira sukham asanam. That means if a person is not able to have a stable and pleasant posture, then higher prolonged practice is not possible. That was the idea. But to get some immediate effect, some initial benefits or benefits of 2 to 3 weeks or a month long practice, that is not perhaps the prerequisite. That can be attained by any kind of comfortable sitting posture. If you look at all the experimental studies, there to rule out all the confounding variables, such condition is created where a practitioner does things comfortably, so that the effect of the intervention can be read out. Whereas if the objective is to really attain through higher states of consciousness and move up the ladder of the Ashtanga Yoga, then that part has to be mastered initially.
Yeah, it's very insightful. Like in my study also, like I'm using pranayama only, and Nadi Shuddhi is the one part of that. So just it's like a 2 months of intervention, so that patient can be able to stick till. So I'm just giving a like 5-10 minutes of Shukshma Vayamas, basic movements, like so that they are able to do it comfortably. Not exactly any asanas, so that is not possible because here we are trying to see the pranayama effects. So as you said nicely, that is making sense. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So in this connection, we have our first speaker, Prakhat Tyagi ji. So he has some insights on Kumbhaka, which I will request him to share with all the participants.
Thank you, Swamiji. As you have already mentioned, I would like to just add a few things to that. One thing is that when we are talking about Kumbhaka, so all the yogic practices or even all the basic understanding of Hatha Yoga is that Kevalam Raj Yoga hai, Hatha Yoga Vidyopadishyate. So all the practices of Hatha Yoga has to be culminated into the Raj Yoga. So it has to have some effects on the psyche of the practitioner. One more thing that we were talking about pranayam according to Maharishi Patanjali. So when he says that tasmin sati shwas prashwas your gati vichcheda pranayama, he also mentions in the vikshep part that dukh dormanasya angamejat shwas prashwasa. So according to him, the shwas and prashwas are the vikshepa in the yoga sadhana. So actually, when we are talking about pranayam in the context of Keval Kumbhak, which is the ultimate culmination of pranayam, even the Sahit Kumbhak are just external exercises. When we are talking about the Sahit Kumbhak with inhalation, breath retention, and exhalation, it is for a practitioner at a very beginning stage. But once that pranayam, once that practice starts to gather some, at a higher level, that has to be the Shwasa has to be stopped completely. In one sense, that we say the Keval Kumbhak. And as Mr. Madhu Ranjan had one interesting question, that how can the single practice generate three different kinds of effects on the body? That is, initially it is creating the sweat, and then in the next stage it is the vibration, and in the third stage it is there are two kind of interpretations that the yogi starts to float, and we also connect it to the level of consciousness, that the consciousness of the practitioner starts to increase. So for that, one thing Mr. Rama has already mentioned, that there are different kind of ratios. A ratio in the sense that you can practice pranayam with 1:4:2 ratio at a lower intensity. By intensity, I mean that you can inhale for 4 seconds initially, then hold for 14 seconds and exhale for 8 seconds. Slowly, you can increase the time of this inhalation. This matra can be increased to 6 seconds, then 8 seconds. And the ratio can be maintained at that level also. Now, as per my personal practice, I can say that this perspiration is a very, it can be achieved very easily. For a practice of 2 to 3 weeks, if you are practicing with 1:4:2, this ratio can easily generate perspiration in the body. And as one of the participant had said that she feels kind of she feels sleepy when she's practicing pranayam. So if she's there, I think she's not practicing kumbhak properly, because if you are only inhaling and exhaling, it becomes kind of a repetitive practice for the mind. And when your mind is not active during your practice, then the mind, it starts to get slow. The tamas starts to enter into the mind. On the other hand, if you are practicing with proper kumbhak, that is 1:4:1, either 1:4:2, that practice is kind of a very intense practice. And in such state, you can never fall asleep. I can guarantee you. You will be gasping for breath, because 1:4:2 is a very high level of ratio. So when that kumbhak is introduced, that is the pranayam happens between inhalation and exhalation. It is not the complete package. It is not like we are inhaling, holding the breath, and then exhaling. Pranayam happens between two breaths. That is kumbhak only. And another thing is that how we can understand is that when we are practicing pranayam on physiological level, we have alveoli in our lungs. So the complete power or the complete capacity of the lungs are never used in a general way. For example, a common man who is just sitting whole day and he is not practicing anything, his most of the upper lobes, we have 3 lobes in our lungs. So the upper lobes, they primarily remain dormant. The alveoli of that area, we never use that. So when we are practicing pranayam or some higher physical activities, as we can see in the athletes also, this upper lobes gets activated, especially when we are practicing kumbhaka and we are trying to increase the matra of the inhalation. So what we are trying to do, our lungs will not expand because we have limited capacity. The shape of the lung is like that only. But the dormant alveoli in the lungs, they start to get activated, and that overall vital capacity of the lungs start to increase. So that is also one way. And the third thing is that I have my PhD work on Nāḍīśodhana pranayam only. And out of the 100 participants, out of the 50-60 participants that I had in the experimental group, we used to practice the Nāḍīśodhana pranayam only. And more than 90% of the participants have shown these perspiratory effects. As Dr. Kashinath has mentioned that the long-term effects of pranayam practices, when we look at pranayam at a longer level, for example, for a duration of 3 months, there will be some kind of reducing effect or some kind of calming effect of the practice. But when we look at the pranayam at immediate level, there are many trials which have tried to examine the immediate effects of pranayam. For example, Dr. Shirley Tellis is there, then Dr. Anand Balyogi is there. What they have tried to measure is what is the immediate effect, because perspiration is the effect of a sympathetic dominance in the body. While on the other hand, we are talking that pranayam improves the parasympathetic system through vagal stimulation. So what happens in the initial stage is that our body starts to get a sympathetic dominance when we are initially practicing, when we are trying to hold the breath. Holding the breath for a longer duration of time is a very uncomfortable position for the body. And that position can increase stress for a initial level. And against that stress, that immediate increase in the stress leads to a parasympathetic dominance in the longer run. So that's how I think that's how it works, because I'm not sure the exact mechanism, or we cannot say it absolutely, but I think that's how the body is working at that level. So yes, perspiration is there absolutely, and it is not just about the text. You can practice on your own. There is one thing that you have to be very careful when you are practicing kumbhak. So always practice under the guidance of a guru and yatha shakti, because if you are trying to hold the breath for a longer period of time and you are trying to get to those siddhis or get to those symptoms, and then you may start to increase the intensity of the practice very quickly, because if you have to move from one ratio to another, you have to wait at least for 4 to 5 weeks. So these things have to be taken in a very careful way. But yes, if we practice these practices, so these symptoms are absolutely there.
Yes, very good explanation by Prakharji. So the idea of this breath holding, because as Rama Arya ji has shown one of his slides, Kumbhaka, the state of Kumbhaka, metaphorically it is, if you keep anything in a pot, how does it remain? It remains as is, unchanged, intact, unmoving. So attaining that state is the goal. That state of body, mind, intelligence, all put together, that state is called the state of yoga in Kathopanishad. Yada pancha avatishtante jnanani manasa saha buddhi na vichasteti tam ahu paramam gatim. So that is the goal, to hold everything in one state together, our body, mind, intellect, everything. Just like if you put some liquid in a pot, in a ghada, in a kumbha, it stays as is. But how to recreate that state, how to practice that state, that is we do by breath holding. Because our lungs can be likened to a kumbha, a ghada, where we can store air. And if you want to, if you do not want to disturb it, then we have to stop the exhalation and inhalation part. That is what Maharshi Patanjali said, that even those two are the yoga vigna, the disturbance to the path of yoga. So keep the air as is in the lungs. But can we do it comfortably? Certainly not, because as soon as because we are biologically we are habituated to continuously do the inhalation and exhalation according to the respiratory frequency. So as soon as we modulate it, as soon as we voluntarily change it, there is some kind of sympathetic activity increasing in our system. It shows that yes, there is some kind of change. A change is equal to a stress. But as the yogic texts say, that shanai shanai, slowly, if we change the intensity, change the ratio, then what will happen is an adaptation. The adaptation to that state. So then when adaptation happens, then we are comfortable with that. That means we again achieve the state of parasympathetic dominance. So it's a gradual rise across the, as if you are climbing the ladder. We are climbing the steps. So we step up and we stay in that state. Again, we step up and we stay in that state. So stepping up is the sympathetic activity. Staying in the state is the parasympathetic activity. Like that, we can elevate our psychophysiological capacity. And that is the goal of pranayama.
Yes, Swamiji, I would like to add one more thing to this.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. One of the important mechanism in the body is this respiration. In the rest, so respiration is controlled by medulla oblongata in the brain. So medulla oblongata is sensitive to the chemical change in the blood, particularly CO2. So it is not sensitive to O2. So it doesn't care how much O2 you have, but it is sensitive to CO2. The moment the CO2 accumulation in the body goes up, the respiration, you breathe out. Okay, so breathe in is spontaneous, but breathe out is an effort from the body to exhale or to remove or wash out the CO2 which we have accumulated in the brain. So what pranayama exactly, even Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, what exactly it does is it gradually trains train our medulla oblongata to tolerate CO2. Okay, so in that case, to tolerate CO2, a minimal amount of CO2, and gradually we have to increase it. So when we abruptly hold our breath, and in the initial phases of the pranayama itself, so what exactly it does is it harms the body, because our body is not trained in handling the CO2, which is excess, isn't it? So these all pranayama techniques, they train our body to hold the CO2 so that the breath can be seized. Because once the medulla oblongata becomes desensitized to CO2, the breathing will not takes place. Okay, so I personally see in that way that even you can take the example of Kapalabhati. So when we do Kapalabhati is just active exhalation. So when we continuously breathe out, we actually wash out all the CO2 in the body. In the sense, the excess of CO2 goes out of the body. In fact, we have a lower level of the CO2 than actually what we have. That's why immediately after the practice of Kapalabhati, we feel like spontaneous stoppage of the breath. So we are no more breathing. No more breathing because the CO2 level has gone so down. And after some time, we again start breathing because our CO2 level again comes up to the normal state. And when they comes up to the normal state, again we start breathing in and breathing out. So this is what exactly the mechanism in that. So all these, so that's why there is an importance of diet also. So we should not consume the diet which actually increase our cellular activity or our metabolic rate. So if we increase our metabolic rate, obviously we are going to produce excess of CO2 in the body. So excess of CO2 again triggers our respiratory center, and we keep breathing, and again our pranayama process will become difficult. So if the pranayama process becomes difficult, our the higher objectives of the yoga sadhana will not be achieved. So one of the important mechanism behind the pranayama is to make this medulla oblongata tolerate the accumulation of the CO2, and at the same time we have to put all the effort towards minimizing the amount of CO2 in the blood. So this is what I wanted to add.
Yes, sir. Very, very clear and very detailed explanation. Thank you, sir. So, are there any questions for any of the speakers from in the
Yeah,
audience?
just wanted to ask, like, yeah.
Yes, one by one, please.
Yes. May I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Swamiji, and thank you for the enlightening session. Like, apart from the Nāḍīśodhana pranayam, Mr. Rama sir has discussed some other approaches for the purifying nadis. I was thinking that time about the doing langhana and upavas that we say, and fasting. So a similar feeling also comes when people do the upavas, like during these 9 days recently past Navratri. It also creates some krishita and like angalagavam, laghavta kind of feeling in the body. So I was thinking like it is also something giving purification. Fasting is also giving the results of Nadi Shuddhi. So just I put this thought and the kind comment of the speakers on this topic. Yeah.
Yes, you are right. Actually, Ayurveda elaborately includes Langana in some of other methods like Panchakarma. So it is useful to have the bodily purification.
Okay, sir. So it means that we say in the Hatha Yoga that Upavas is restricted for the yogi, Hatha yogi especially.
Hatha Yoga,
So
there is actually no special description of Upvasa, but yes, Mitahar is there. Balanced diet, which is mentioned that we should keep half of our stomach empty, half for air and half for water. So concept of Mitahar is there, but especially no Upvasa is there.
yeah, no upvas, and it is restricted, I think. Upvas is restricted for the Hatha yogi. That he should
Actually,
not do upvas or long
excessive,
traveling
yes,
kind of.
in Hatha Yoga, excessiveness of any kind of practice, like even taking early bath, which can disturb the regular practice of pranayama, are restricted. Because if you are doing upvasa for a long term, then acidity will increase, the gas will increase. So this kind of mild problem you will face. So it will get disturbed in your actual pranayamic practice. That's why it's
अनुराग जी, उपवास जो है ना, उप और वास से बना हुआ है कि एक हम दूसरी जगह पे जाके रहेंगे, लेकिन नाड़ी शोधन में हमारा चित्त और शरीर दोनों का समायोजन हो रहा है, तो वो थोड़ा सा कैटेगरी अलग है। वास तो एक अलग कैटेगरी की चीज है।
जी, यहाँ उपवास का सिंपल सा आप आध्यात्मिक अर्थ के अतिरिक्त जो लंघन वाला उस एस्पेक्ट है, आई थिंक दैट आई वाज सेइंग सर। Yeah, thank you for the comments. Okay.
Yeah, Anurag ji, I think you are trying to compare the effects of upvasa with the effects of pranayama. Yeah, the lightness in the body or laguta is one of the benefit of upvasa also, and also pranayama. But pranayama has many other benefits, so which actually upvasa does not have. Okay. And upvasa brings lightness in the body from some other mechanism, and pranayama brings lightness through some other mechanism. So when we do upvasa, so basically we reduce the consumption of the food. So when there is a consumption of the food, then there is less production of the toxins. Okay, so when there is a less production of the toxins or ama, so ultimately you feel lightness in the body. Isn't it? But what lightness in the body you feel after the practice of pranayama is more from the different way. So it actually increase the digestive fire. Okay, so Agni Pradipti. So digestive fire, when it is increased, it eats out or it digests all the ama which is there. Even if you produce more ama, your digestive fire is so much active that it eats all the ama and keeps your body light. But upvasa alone cannot do that, isn't it? So upvasa will just bring the lightness because you are consuming less. So that you cannot sustain for a longer time. Isn't it? But pranayama, if you keep continuously doing it, isn't it? So that increase your digestive fire, irrespective of what you are eating, everything will be digested and your body, mind will remain light throughout. And the lightness in the body due to upvasa is for a short time. And lightness in the body through pranayama is for long time. It can be practiced for a longer time, and upvasa cannot be practiced for a longer time.
Yes, sir. Very good explanation. Very clearly, you have explained the two aspects. But nicely in Hatha Pradipika, we see that both these aspects have been conjoined. Because one verse says, Pranayamena yuktena sarva roga kshayo bhavet. Here, the Jyotsna Tika explains the word yukta. Yukta means yukta ahara. That means moderated eating. So, upavas is also a form of moderating our intake of food. Because either upavas can be of various types. It can be solid based or liquid based, or a phased way of reducing the intake of food. So both these go together. If the goal is to elevate the level of body mind, the current state of body mind, that is the free from disturbance. Roga is nothing but disturbance. If our body mind intellect system has to be freed from disturbance, that means sarva roga kshaya, that means we have to free ourselves from the disturbance, then both are together prescribed. Pranayamena yuktena, together these two should go hand in hand. So that is why a person doing pranayama practice regularly or with an objective also has to regulate the food. But yes, as Professor Kasinath has nicely explained, the mechanism of creating lightness in the body is different of these two practices, and of course the longevity or the duration of the impact is also different.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Swamiji, for all these discussions. So actually, I was thinking to some combinatorial approach can be made regarding the modern day lifestyle and for the common people. So in that aspect, I was trying to find the overlapping between these two regimens. Thank you for all the
Yes,
comments.
our shastras are already telling they should go hand in hand. So
Yeah,
pranayama
thank
with
you.
controlled eating, both are required. So are there any other questions from any
Namaskar.
person?
Yeah, just
I have a query.
Yes,
Actually,
sir.
in most of the cases that we have learned today, the ratio of kumbhak and rechak and purak, kumbhak and rechak is given. Okay. In most of the cases, we find that it is around 1:4:2 and 1:0. That is Bahir kumbhak, it is mostly 0. But my query is that if somebody is practicing from the start, like rechak, antar kumbhak, Purak, Antar Kumbhak, Rechak, and Bahir Kumbhak in the ratio of 1:4:2:2, and that person is okay with it. Is it the proper procedure to practice it? First, this is the query. And second is, in most of the cases that I found is even in the ratio of 1:4:2:0, there is a basic, intermediate, and superior stages of practicing. So in the ratio of 1:4:2:2, where there is an inclusion of Bahir Kumbhak, is there any stages like basic, inter, and superior stages of practicing?
Prakharji, would you like to answer?
Yeah, sure. So when we are talking about the ratio, if you want to start, so we have to start without kumbhak. There is no doubt about that, because if you want to introduce kumbhak, it has to be introduced at a very later stage. First, you need to be very comfortable with inhalation and exhalation, and then you have to be systematically introduce kumbhak. For example, you cannot just start from 1:4:2, because that will cause definitely, as we have just discussed, that if we are not cautious with the practice, it can generate a lot of problems. For example, you can have that problem in the ear or eye or something else. So initially, what I would recommend is, and what I have done in my research, is to start with a very basic ratio, that is 1:1:1. If you want to add kumbhak at the initial stage, then I would suggest that completely avoid it in the initial stage. Then slowly introduce with lower ratios. For example, 1:1:1, then 1:1, then 1:3:1, then 1:4:1. After that, when you are comfortable at 1:4:1, then you can increase the exhalation amount. Because as Dr. Kashinath has already mentioned, that if you increase the amount of CO2 in the body very quickly, then the body may react in very uncertain ways. The body can go into a state of emergency, and a certain kind of hormonal and neurotransmitter level, there can be various kind of effects in the body. So you don't have to shock the body immediately. So to avoid such conditions, we have to introduce the kumbhak at a very slow pace, and when you are transitioning from one ratio to another, make sure to have at least 2 to 3 weeks of practice, because otherwise, and that's why the presence of a competent guru is required, because that guru will be able to assess your condition based on the practitioner, because the practices of yoga are very highly subjective. A practitioner, few practitioners with a very advanced abilities, they can easily increase their ratios. And on the other hand, if someone is not very well versed with the yogic practices, and if he tries to compete with that person and to start increasing those ratios, so that will be very difficult for the other person. So for that, we need to be very careful for the ratio part. But yes, you can go till 142, but very slowly. At least 3 months of practice is required to attain that level of 1422. Especially when you're introducing the Bahay Kumbhak, because Bahay Kumbhak is a very advanced stage and it can give both kind of effects. If you can do it properly, then you can have miraculous effects on the body. On the other hand, you can have various kind of diseases also.
Okay. I just want to add on it. If I see somebody is practicing for a while in the ratio of 1:4:2:2 in Bahir Kumbhak, is it the ratio that he or she should practice for a longer duration, even if it is easier for that person to, means the ratio has become easier to him or her?
At that stage, if you have already acquired 1:4:2:2, you can increase the intensity that we were talking about. That if you are inhaling for 4 seconds till now and you are doing 1:4:2:2, you can increase it to 5 seconds. Then you can increase it to 6 seconds. So like that, you have to increase the intensity. But in the text, it has been mentioned that yuktam yuktam tvajed vayu, yuktam yuktam cha purayet, yuktam yuktam cha bandhiya devam siddhivam apnuyat. So that yuktam word is there. Why is it there? It has been repeated multiple times in the shlok. So what it implies is that yuktam yuktam tajet vayu. So when you are inhaling, you have to be very cautious. Cautious in the sense that your inhalation has to be very subtle and very slow. For a thumb rule, it is said that when you are inhaling, the sound of the inhalation there has to be no sound of inhalation. How will that happen? You will have to inhale in a very slow way. So when you are slowing your breath and with the slow breath, you will try to increase the time taken for the inhalation. So in that way, you have to be yuktam with the purak. And when you are holding the breath, then you have to apply the bandhas also. We haven't discussed about the role of bandhas, but when we are talking about yuktam with the holding of breath, so that yukt is there for the bandhas also. You have to apply the 3 bandhas. Or at least when you are inhaling, you cannot apply the Uddayan bandh. So you have to at least apply two bandhas. That is the Uddayan and the Mool bandh. And when you are exhaling it, so at exhaling also you have to be very yuktam. By yuktam here we mean that the exhalation has to be very slow, because there is a tendency in the body that when you are holding the breath for a very long time, the body tends to release it very quickly. As Dr. Kashina said, that the CO2 is too much in the body, so the body tries to get over with it. So you have to avoid that intrinsic effect of the body. So for that, if you want to do it in a yuktam way, so you have to be very careful when you are exhaling, especially because when we are inhaling, we can easily control the breath, but when we are exhaling, it becomes very difficult to hold the breath properly. So you have to be very slow, and very deep exhalation has to be there. So that yukta word has to be taken very seriously when you are practicing.
One more query regarding that bandha that you have mentioned. While doing that antar kumbhak, is that 3 of the bandhas we have to perform, and even the same is for the bahir kumbhak also. We have to perform the 3 bandhas together.
Actually, naturally, when we are practicing, so for Udyan Bandh, the breath has to be exhaled completely. So when you are inhaling during the Purak phase, you cannot apply Udyan Bandh. Udyan Bandh can only be applied when it is exhaled, when there is no breath in the body. Another thing is that the understanding of these 3 bandhas have to be taken very seriously, because when we talk about Mool Bandh, so Mool Bandh, we generally think that the constriction of the anal sphincter, that we try to hold the anus very tightly. But this is just the initial part. Swami Satyanand, in his book, there is a whole book called Mool Bandh by Yoga Publication Trust. So there the whole scenario of Mool Bandh is given. So what happens is that when you are only contracting the anal part, it is just the preparatory practice for Mool Bandh. Mool Bandh is not that. Mool Bandh is slightly higher up in the anus. So it is not the anal sphincter, but some internal muscles a bit above than the anal sphincter. So at the final stage, what happens is that those muscles which are involuntary, you try to gain control over that. So those internal muscles have to be contracted, and the anal sphincter will be relaxed. That is the final stage. Initially, what we do is that we are contracting the anus, and we don't have any control over the involuntary muscles, the deep muscles. So on the other hand, it has to be reversed. So the anus has to be relaxed, and something above the anus has to be contracted. So that's how the Mool Bandh works. So the yogic practices are actually very complex and very advanced. So that's why we always say that in order to have to avoid any kind of problems when you're doing pranayama or any kind of yogic practice, you have to be very careful with your own capabilities. And for higher practices, always do it under the guidance of a competent guru. I'm not talking about a teacher who has done a 3 month or 6 months course in yoga, but a competent guru who has taken his all the knowledge from a tradition. Because when we talk about the Bihari school of yoga, so Swami Niranjan says that they used to practice pranayam for 10 to 12 hours. And they have to follow and it is not just about the practice, it is about the whole lifestyle. Because we practice Hatha Yoga as just a part of our life, but yoga is life. There is nothing else other than yoga. So for a practitioner, yoga has to be practiced at 24 hours. So in that, you have to include your sleep schedule, your diet, then the amount of efforts you are taking to perform those practices, then the problems you are having, it has to be resolved by your guru. So there are a lot of things. So we cannot just hold one practice and try to do it. So that is not the correct way. So I would just say that if you are practicing, then be very careful, and then you can absolutely do it. So that mool bandha and that bandha part, you have to be get trained by someone who has actually done it. Because I have never met someone who can actually perform mool bandha. Even we have been trying to practice it, but it is very difficult to get control over that involuntary muscles. But interestingly, Swami Vivekananda has said I think in Raj Yoga, that through the practice of yoga, because you get a lot of awareness about your body, so there is not a single muscle in the body that cannot be controlled by the practitioner. So such is the level of awareness of a yogi. When you can practice dharana, and when you have that kind of awareness about your body, there is not a single muscle that cannot be controlled. There is no involuntary things in a yogi's body. The yogi can control everything. So those are some different and some higher practices that has to be the part of yoga sadhana. We are just yoga practitioners who are just trying to improve our health and everything. So these two has to be taken separately.
Okay. So in that case, I just want to summarize what I have understood. Is that while we do Antar Kumbhak, we should practice two bandhas, that is Jalandhar and Mula Bandha. While by Kumbhak, we can practice that three Kumbhak together. Is it so? With practice?
Yes. Because the role of bandhas is, we are not only practicing pranayam, we are trying to manipulate the prana. It is not about Nāḍīśodhana or some other kind of pranayam. The ultimate aim is to get control over the mind, because it is said that chale vate chalam chittam. That's why we are doing all of these Hatha Yogic practices, because we want to get control over the mind. Why? Because we need to culminate it into the control of the mind, because we have to go for Raj Yoga only. So the mind and then no mind state. So the ultimate aim has to be taken continuously in our mind. It is not just a breath hold capacity or just asana or anything. We have to always remind ourselves that why we are practicing this. Because we will have numerous health benefits. Yoga has a lot of benefits, but that is not the sole purpose of yoga. The purpose of yoga is something else. And on that journey, we get a lot of benefits. So those benefits can be enjoyed, but the ultimate aim should not be forgotten.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, very well said, very well explained. Very nice question and very nice answer. So are there, we can take one last question.
Yeah, just one thing. I think Maitri sir only told about that medulla and how that carbon dioxide, all those things. So, sir, is there any literature to read about that? Anywhere they explored like such a thing when you're holding breath and then medulla will sometime control the breathing. So any experiment is done on that, sir? If it is there, please provide that. And second thing is like today we are talking of Nāḍīśodhana pranayama. So, like how these various ratios which we are doing, like Prakhar is doing on various ratios. So, what they are doing internally at physiological level or at neural level or at various mechanistic level, if you can throw some light on that, and then I will be happy. Yeah, please.
Yeah, your first question is what I told about the CO2 concentration and breathing. That's a very normal physiology. Okay, that you can get in any physiology book. So I would recommend Chatterjee Fundamentals of Physiology book by Chatterjee. Okay. So that's a normal physiology. You can just read the physiology of respiration. Okay, so there you will get how this respiration takes place and our connection and its connection with the medulla oblongata. So that's a very literature. And the second question is the ratio. See, ratio they are recommending based on their experience. Okay, so they practiced, our ancestors they practiced it, and they were not just practicing and just forgetting. They were practicing and they were noting what happens at this stage, what happens and at this stage what was of my ratio, what was the kumbhaka holding capacity. So they all wrote it, and at certain after certain period of practice, and they observed many other practitioners, their shishas and all, and they came up with these ratios. Okay, now at particular ratio what happens to the physiology, what happens in the body, and why such changes happens, so these things are yet to explore. Okay, so we have not done much in the pranayama. Okay, pranayama particularly physiology is concerned, so it is very less research being done so far. In fact, very young researchers like you should take up the initiative and do further studies. Okay, so read physiology and connect that physiology with the yoga practices, and come up with some signatures, isn't it? And some recommendations, and why our ancestors recommended this particular ratio. So that we have to yet to explore. And as far as the ratio is, and the process should be very slow and gradual. Okay, so there should not be any abrupt start and abruptly you are quitting it. We will do 5 times in a week or twice in a week, nothing like that. So it should be very gradual, consistent, and in a slow pace we should go ahead. Okay, so body is body is a part of the nature. So in the nature there is nothing abrupt, everything is slow. Okay, so if a flower comes, it's very slow. If any seed comes, it takes almost 3-4 months, isn't it? If sun comes, very gradually he comes, isn't it? If moon comes, very gradually he comes. So earthquake suddenly happens, isn't it? So everything is destroyed, isn't it? Volcanoes suddenly erupt, so they destroy. So sudden, abrupt is destruction. It's a nature. Slow, gradual is a progress. So we have to tune with the nature. So our ancestors, they were very well versed in these things. So they saw nature and they practiced it, isn't it? Even if you see Ayurveda literature, and what kind of examples they gave is very much related to nature, isn't it? Even these pancha karmas like Vamana, Virechana, they learned from the animals. What animals do when they suffer from particular disease. So they saw that when a dog it get indigestion, it eats grass and vomit. So they found that this vomiting is a therapy, isn't it? So they evolved Vaman Dhoti. Similarly, Basti, Vaman Dhoti, all these they have taken from the nature. So you have to follow the nature, follow the nature of the body. First step in the practice of yoga is to understand your body. Okay, understand your body. At what is your current breathing rate? A comfortable what you are comfortable, and gradually you have to increase. What is your current digestive fire? How much rotis or chapati or dal you can eat? Assess that. Okay, and then you manipulate. So without assessment, looking at somebody else, looking at reading something, so don't do that. So it's a nature. We have to understand the nature of our body, and we have to follow. Definitely, we will be succeed in the path. So this is what I wanted to say.
Nice. I hope it's nice. Just one final thing, like why it is that like doing Nāḍīśodhana pranayama will make all disorders be healthy. Like this is very interesting, like how doing one single pranayama can make all other disorders go away. So yeah.
One quotation from Ayurveda, so I can correlate that with this particular thing. So it says Sarva rogo api mandagnischa. So all disorders are caused by the mandagni. Okay, so weakness of the weaken agni. So what pranayama does is it improves digestive fire. Is agni only, isn't it? So if every disease is caused by mandagni, and anything that improves your agni will destroy everything, isn't it? I mean, destroy every disease. So in that sense, they have said that practice of pranayama will improve agni. That's why it kills all disorders, isn't it?
Interesting, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. To add to that wonderful answer from the Ayurveda perspective given by Professor Kashinath, Swami Vivekananda in his Raja Yoga nicely explains how diseases occur. And this is the yogic perspective. So every one of us suffer from disease, but we do not know why that disease has come. And for that, we go to the doctor, we resort to other means to find out. So very wonderful explanation is giving is, if the flow of prana is not proper at any part, the disease occurs in that part. And therefore, if the flow of prana can be restored or regulated, the disease will disappear. So he correlates the disease with the free flow of prana, which is exactly the yogic and tantric view. Why are the nadis there? Because our body mind, this jiva, which is nothing but a conglomerate of body, mind, senses, intellect, this thing has to function, this machinery has to function on energy, just like any other machinery. And that energy has to go to each and every part in order for those functions to happen. And that is carried by these dasha prana vayu. Even there are 49 in some yogic texts. So the idea is that it's just like how the country is running. There is one prime minister and there are so many ministers, and then there are state run by chief ministers, and like that. That's the hierarchy. So exactly in our complex body mind system, to run it, we need these pranas, which are like these ministers who go and act and do certain functions, and they have their jurisdictions, and that is what is that path of flow of the nadis. So prana vaha nadi, that's the idea of yoga. And therefore, to have this thing function properly, we need to have these nadis free from obstacles. And that's what the Nāḍīśodhana literally means, to free the nadis from obstacles. And obstacles happen in various forms, as Mr. Arias pointed in his slides, that it could be physical, it could be psychological, it could be even deeper, some kind of emotional, raga, dvesha, etc. Even those are also obstacles, because the whole thing is a continuum, the mind, body, senses, intellect. So anywhere impurities can be percolated to the bodily level also. So that's the idea. And so it is not a miracle that by pranayama the diseases or the discomforts go away. There is a scientific mechanism of action, which is metaphorically told in our yogic texts. And as Professor Kashinath said, that it is the need of the hour to explore those codified siddhantas, the codified answers given, and put them to test in the modern understanding, and therefore establish the truth once again, because truth never deviates. Truth is always there, whether we have discovered it or not. That is the enlightenment that man receives. Truth stays in its own place. Man gets enlightened by touching upon the truth. So this is a wonderful webinar that has happened throughout the day, and I'm really, really thankful to all our speakers for being with us throughout the day and really contributing to the excellent knowledge base that is, I hope, was enriched in the minds of the participants, as well as also each speaker has enriched the other speaker. And this discussion has no end. Perhaps we can have a sequel of this webinar, and with all your suggestions, and we can bring more specific information and knowledge into the light, and this thing will enrich all the sections of the society who are knowledge seekers, be it from the practitioner part, be it from the people who are nurturing the texts, be it the common person. Like some of the questions from the participants were very, very practical, like what do I do to get rid of this, how do I see this, how do I do that. That kind of perspective versus perspectives from the our literature in the yoga, Vedanta and Tantra, how things have been presented in those times. And as Professor Kashinath has a wonderful experience of doing experimental research and the physiological basis of the yogic practices, how those perspectives also integrate into this system of knowledge. This is a wonderful thing which is a continuum of inquiry and sadhana. So I hope that we will be able to put together such enlightened speakers in the near future and present some interesting webinar where everybody will be enlightened and enriched. With these concluding words, I thank each and every speaker and each and every participant for participating in this webinar. So thank you everyone. Thank you to all the stakeholders who have supported, and behind the scenes their work is there. All our staff members who have contributed to the logistics of this webinar, our research scholars, our students of the department, and all the people who are connected to this. And just to mention before I conclude this webinar, that all the participants will be getting the e-certificates, and it will be uploaded in a Google Drive, and the link will be shared with you. So you please download your own certificate by your name, and there won't be a separate email to anyone, just email with the link of the Google Drive where you can find your own certificate, and that will be done within a week. So until that, we take your leave, and we thank everybody for participating in this. We'll close this webinar by chanting Shanti Mantra. So please join me. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you everyone. Thank you once again.